Greetings, everybody. Coin Standpoint 80 here, otherwise known as Swirling Vortex '09 on YouTube, and welcome back to another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. Last time, we went through and it finished up everything on the surface in regards to the Weeping Peninsula. I went through and made sure I did some changes or trades off stream, and additionally, we also began exploring the Siofra Riverwell underground, for which we now have a lovely map. And I proceeded to demonstrate why the Siofra Riverbank was probably the best place to farm animal bones of any kind. Today we're going to be hopefully wrapping up the Siofra Riverwell, but I wouldn't count on that. We have quite a few more things to do in that regard. Additionally, I have a prediction for just such a thing. I'm going to try and do a prediction at the start of every stream. And that prediction is to kind of get, like, engagement going. Like, oh, well, Coins posed an interesting question or a basic question. What do I think will happen? Blah, blah, blah. And it'll be something else we can talk about. I might also have moderators or a moderator come in from time to time to pose other ones over the course of the stream. I'll be arranging that soon enough. Additionally, I wanted to tell people that I've gone back to automating the ads, because what I've realized is that if you're not a partner, you don't get to control the ad length, right? And because you don't get to control the ad length, you're sort of stuck. Your stream has to be a specific length as an affiliate to make 60-second ads work, which, in order to avoid pre-roll beyond the first 2 minutes, which is how my compromise on this, I have to run 90-second ads. That's the only way I get around it. And I am playing games that generally don't allow me the mental latitude to do this. I don't want to run 30-second ads or 60-second ads every time I'm at a loading screen, or every time that I die, or... That's not immersive. It's not natural. So the way that I've sort of reconciled this is by just accepting that there's going to be some level of automation and some lack of control on my part. The best I can do is give a 5-minute warning before the ad shows up. And when, since I could see a timer for how long I've been live, and I know that my first ad is at the 2-minute mark, I will go ahead and say at 27 minutes, provided I'm not swept up in something, go ahead and mention this is what I think might happen in the next 5 minutes, or when the 5-minute mark shows up. Pretty much ads will have a chance to show up at the 2-minute mark, 32-minute mark, an hour and 2-minute mark, and so on and so forth. I'll do my best to try to make sure you guys are aware of incoming ads on top of the 5-minute warning, if I can help it. As trying to manage ads for 60 seconds means I pretty much need to stream an extra 2 hours on top of what I already do, and that's too much data. I'm having to modulate a lot of things right now in terms of streams. So bear with me as I get this right. I will get it right. I don't want what happened on Saturday with Blasphemous to happen again. I'm not going to let that happen again. That means I need to be doing a lot better job with, modulating the experience for you guys. Like adjusting it, fine-tuning it. I try to be a channel that prides itself on constant incremental improvement. It may not be, oh, well, I upgraded my setup, or, oh, he did a complete banner and emote overhaul, but I might update something here. I might update something there. I do my best to make sure that I'm making incremental progress. Bigger things, of course, are bigger milestones. A mixing board or adding emotes is generally a milestone-worthy task. Things like that. But that's enough about, streamer problems. You guys didn't come here to hear that. You guys came here to hear about Elden Ring Reforged. Probably the best mod. Probably the best mod I've seen so far. I'm waiting to see what Couch Jockey is gonna do with, Couch Jockey and his team are gonna do with Elden Ring Convergence. That is a separate mod. It's less of an overhaul. It's less of an overhaul, or I'm sorry, it's more of an overhaul than Elden Ring Reforged is. Elden Ring Reforged keeps some aspects of the vanilla game intact and attempts to work around them. Convergence is gonna muscle its way into making what it wants a reality. Spirit ashes that effectively function as alluring skulls from Dark Souls 3, yeah, that's probably where the mod's going, and woe betide anyone who tries to convince them otherwise. Not that spirit ashes as, alluring skulls is a bad thing. Just that it is a different take on what spirit ashes are supposed to be. Additionally, you guys might recognize that I left off at the Siafa Riverwell instead of leaving off at I left off at the Round Table Hold instead of the Underground. There was a patch that changed how arrows functioned. If I am reading the patch correctly, that patch is... Where is it? It's updates. So... Where was this? Okay, so as of patch 4.45, 0.4.45, any elemental arrows that were craftable by the player had their auxiliary effects stripped. So, for example, we often use the fire arrows that we made, and those firebone arrows left a pool of fire. They no longer do that. The fire arrows from merchants have those effects plastered on, but our arrows just simply do damage, which is fine. But I had to make sure that it wasn't a case of, oh, well, now all of your firebone arrows are invalid because the effects got changed, which happened a lot for initial mods or when things were updated. That if something changed an item and it wasn't changed over correctly, oftentimes you would have instances of the old item. In this case, it would be firebone arrows with the pool effect attached. And versus all instances of the new arrows which don't have that effect attached. I had to make sure that that wasn't happening, and it wasn't. And that's pretty much about it. I think I've covered all of the overhead that I want to cover at the start of the stream. Without further ado, let's just get started. How is everyone doing today? And I do apologize for not asking that first, but I had a lot of things I wanted to try to cover within the first 15 minutes, basically. And I'm over by that time already. No, because I try to leave a 10-minute pre-stream when I can, where it's like, yes, I'm technically live for 10 minutes, but, that's not the real stream. It's not supposed to be. But oftentimes my schedule is such that the 10 minutes are just, a way to make sure nobody misses what's going to be happening. Um, Now, last time we were here, we lit up this brazier, and I showed you guys what awaited us at the Hallowhorn grounds. It's a boss. That's what we're working toward. But in order to get to the boss that's here, we have to light all the braziers, and they're in very, very specific locations. But we're not going to just kind of bum rush for those, because there are a few rest sites that are there. There are quite a few hidden treasures. We want to get those. I think there's even a merchant here, if I recall correctly, and he may sell the fabled fire arrows. But the denizens of this place are very dangerous. They're very dangerous. They have 4, 5, 6 hit combos that constantly string into each other. Yeah, they have combos that string into each other. And on top of having combos that string into each other, they have a very high amount of hyper armor associated with their attacks. Or just good poise overall, I guess is what I should say. And they could be rather difficult for this style of basically the spell loadout that we're using. Speaking of which, we probably should change the spell loadout rather than, continue to run on the holy build that we're using, because it's very slow. It does a lot of damage, but unless you're good at spacing, or you can control your space very well, then you're going to have a tough time. So instead what we're going to do is consult the... Yes, I know the display window is too small. Leave me alone. I have a boss document it's a spreadsheet that's been compiled by other members of the community. And this spreadsheet contains strengths and weaknesses and resistances and immunities of the various bosses. You can find out more by typing in !ERRB. And that'll take you to the same spreadsheet I'm using. And the spreadsheet, I need to adjust this a little bit. I need to adjust this a lot more. There. So what we are looking for is the regal or the ancestor spirits. They don't have a type. They have 20 defense, 130 poise, 1.1 or 10% additional weakness to slash. 1.25% or 25% weakness to fire and 15% weakness to holy, and they are susceptible to poison and death blight. Well, not susceptible, but they're neutral to it. They can be affected by madness, scarlet rot, blood loss, and frostbite, but they're heavily resistant to blood loss and frostbite, and kind of resistant to scarlet rot and madness. And they are immune to being put to sleep. So, since the spirit takes 25% more fire damage, what we're going to do is change out our spells. We probably want a real heal, which we will not use. Catch Flame. Flame Sling. Poison Mist. I'm sorry, let's do that correctly. Flame of Frenzy. And Poison Mist. In that order. My apologies for all the coughing. While I'm here, we just got here, I know. I'm going to go ahead and give you an extra 2-minute warning on the ads on top of the 5-minute warning. That's supposed to be automated and show up immediately. By the time we get there, we'll probably have lit up a couple of the braziers. or monoliths that have places to be lit up. We will probably have gathered some number of items and stones and stuff, and killed some number of creatures as well. Uh, on top of that, no, that's about it. That's really about it. If you want to avoid the ads at any point in time, I don't deserve it, but this is what Twitch says you should do if you don't want ads and don't like pre-roll. You know, drop a sub. If you like the content, leave a follow. But if you really want to avoid the ads, you have to sub. You could do that through your Amazon Prime account, Twitch Prime, which will give you a free Twitch Prime sub once you integrate it. Or tier 1 is the most sufficient sub you'll probably need for ignoring ads, because subs do ignore those. They're supposed to. Pre-roll I'm not so sure about, but at the very least any run ads that I have automated are set up to work. Again, I don't like to shill either, but I want you guys to have the best experience while you're here. And I think that experience is best served by telling you how to avoid the fuss and the BS. And, oh, I thought that was getting ready to, good, good. So, now that we have our poison mist with big creatures like that, we can really start to set up this Warlock build, this caster build that uses status effects to keep itself buffed, and makes sure that its incantations do more damage. It was kind of hard to do this with Flame of Frenzy, but it was possible. With Poison Mist, it's going to become more possible. Lots of stuff is susceptible to poison. Really, the only time you're going to have an easier time not using Poison Mist is if you're dealing with spirits. Spirits are generally immune to all status effects, so you can kind of just save your status spells for something more useful in the first place. I forget what I was going to say in regards to ads. But, just know, you know, if you don't have the money to drop for whatever reason, and that's fine. Hey there, Alex, welcome back. How are you doing? Good to see you. I need to get far, far away and hope that this guy is susceptible. No, that's right. These are spirits. They're not susceptible. These things are kind of deadly, too. Like I said, 3-4 hits, and they constantly chase after you. You finished the TV series Shameless with your mom? Nice. Did you like the series, or is it like, I happen to be watching it with my mom, nothing else to it? It's sort of like the latter for me, and my dad and his wife, they're watching a series called The Outlanders, or The Outlander, excuse me. And it's not a series I actively watch, but you know, if you're trying to catch them, to talk to them, if you want to be a nice person, you wait for them to finish watching the show, or for there to be a commercial before you start talking. So I've watched almost as much of the series as they have, without actively watching the series. I couldn't tell you who's an important character versus not an important character. Think this is your favorite so far? Gotcha. Good to know. Gonna watch the new season from Outlander with your mom next as well? It's based on a novel. If you like twists on Scottish history, you'll like it. If not, you probably won't. I will say The Outlander is kind of, it's not necessarily graphic, but it is explicit. So if that sort of stuff bothers you, maybe think twice. But otherwise, enjoy the show. It's one of the most popular ones that I know of on either like Netflix or is it HBO? Is it HBO Max? I think it's HBO Max that it hosts the remaining series. Good lord. I'm gonna burn you to death. Okay, I'm going to fling a fireball in your face. Get out of my sight. Yeah, those guys are extra annoying. Even taking multiple heals just to recover from the whole incident. You like Shameless because it was a type of drama comedy TV series? Helped you a lot? Started watching it in the period when your girlfriend broke up with you? So is Shameless like you were just telling me what it was. It's a drama comedy. So you needed something to sort of suck your attention away from all the emotional stress of the breakup. I gotcha. Do what you have to do in order to fix the holes in your heart, right? Although that was some time ago based on what you've told me, so I'm obviously commenting on the past and not the present. Well, I'm glad you found something you like doing with your mom. I think it's important to have things you like doing with your parents. It's really difficult for me to say I have anything in common that I like, that my parents also like. Most of the time, it's food items. And that's a human thing. That's not a familial thing. TV shows, movies, I'm very picky about that sort of thing. The last real movie I watched that wasn't, being knuckle dragged to a theater or something to oblige my parents was of Gods and Kings, and that was a Christian Bale film that explored the Old Testament. Or Growing Up Adult with Charlize Theron. I'm really, really eclectic about my movie tastes. No one else like those things but me, and really I only like them for how mature they were. The fact that they explored various adult things not normally seen in the superhero movies or other popular cultural films. Your mother was always kind of your best friend? That's good. That's good. A lot of people have relationships like that. My dad and I are about in the same place ourselves. Like, yes, he's my dad, and we definitely have things we disagree on. As, I'm somewhat of a political centrist, and my dad is... I am going to have issues if I don't... Jeez. I'm going to have issues if I don't focus on him. Yeah, there's quite a political rift between my parents, but that doesn't stop me from loving them. And it's not like, ooh, well, I can love them, but they're wrong. No, politics is it's just a very divisive subject. My dad and I have got good at debating it with one another. We hardly get upset. I really don't take those sorts of debates personally. Besides, people can't ever really grow if you never bother to debate them or argue with them or challenge what they believe in. My dad does the same thing with me. Asks me questions. Asks me why I think the way I do. Why I act the way I do. And if I didn't have that, I might be a more self-centered person than I was today. That I am today, or I might be a completely different person compared to what's on the camera. Maybe people wouldn't like what's on the camera, or I would have been relegated long ago to, how do I say this nicely? I would have been relegated to extremely closed political circles long time ago, and I might not be a nice person because of it. The debates forced me to refine my opinions, Debating's nice. Sometimes you do it with Rasby. Ah. Yeah, you just have to remember to be respectful. Not saying that you aren't respectful with him or that he isn't respectful to you. Just that, when you're debating someone, you need to keep the conversation relatively safe. No ad hominem attacks or anything. Just focus on the subject at hand. But you already know this. I'm more so making conversation for others who might be listening more than anything else. This is the case where these spectral inhabitants get really hard to bear. They can close a lot of distance really fast. Really fast. They are fairly susceptible to being burned, though, which is good. They do take more fire damage. And I sure hope that that guy has not decided to follow me. I think it's important for every person to have someone like that in their life. Someone who is skeptical. Not rude, skeptical. Someone who challenges what you think. Asks why. What's the point? Why does it matter? Do you really think that way? Like, someone who is skeptical of your intentions without saying, oh, well, you're being dishonest. You're not really saying the truth. Or you're not saying how you really feel. It doesn't make assumptions. They don't make assumptions about what you think. They just ask, why? Usually it's me asking that question, why? But not always. These guys almost demand a certain ungodly amount of focus. Yeah, they have... It's not like they have hyper armor. It's more like they've got poise. Yes. You attack the boar, and you heal it instead. Maybe that's a sign not to be hunting today. And here's one of the monoliths, and this is something else you generally have to be very careful about while you're here. These guys are spectral, meaning they can pop out of nowhere, and it's very easy to get ambushed. Very easy to get ambushed. This ambush was simple. There was just one of them. Most of the time, while you're in here, that consists of about 2 to 4 of them. Which, if they all wield axes, it's fine. But they can pull out a bow, and that's when it gets nasty. Some of the archers that are present only shoot normal arrows, and it's fine. Some of them shoot special dwelling arrows, though. Speaking of dwelling arrows, we picked those up earlier. Let me try and find them really quick. Here we are. Arrow in which the spirits of small animals are thought to dwell, transforms into a magic comet after a short duration. Used by the master hunters of the ancestral followers. By the way, Quinn, if you don't mind my question, you ever have a bad breakup that affected you in a negative way? Can't say I have. When I was a high school boy, I attempted to ask quite a few girls out, somewhere between I should say quite a few girls, 2 to 4. And, of course, they'd say yes, but they'd break up in about a week. For whatever reason, either their dads or their moms didn't really want their girls having boyfriends at that point in their life. Understandable. Or, the girl may have heard some things about me that were less than savory and chose to break up. Ghosting, really. I didn't really pay it much attention. I just sort of expected that. I can't say I was ever on the same wavelength mentally as my peers when I was growing up. I always made better friends with faculty than staff. than I ever did with other students, which should tell you about the general level of success I achieved when asking other people who are peers to me, other students, to maybe have a date or something. Yeah, but I haven't had a bad breakup. I couldn't say that. I feel for those that do. And I wouldn't really wish that on a person. That could be a soul-destroying event. Especially if the girl is, or other significant person you're choosing to form a long-term relationship with doesn't break up with any amount of tact or respect for you. It could be especially bad if the parties once had respect for each other and no longer do. Then at that point, it's really just carte blanche, and, who's going to emotionally hurt the other first? That's never good. On one hand, I'm happy that I have not experienced that. On the other, it drives a man to acknowledge his loneliness when he does not have a significant other and has never had that experience. At least not long term. I've only ever had the short 1 week stint. Why do you ask? If you don't mind my asking. And while I wait for the follow up to that question, we have lit up 2 of 8 monoliths. We have 6 more we need to find. Most of them are going to be tucked in on the sides or way out here. They're really not going to be in a central location. I think there are only 2 monoliths that are in a central location like that. The rest should be tucked behind some bush or behind a wall. It sort of turned into a monolith hunting game. I'm fine with that. It's a puzzle. I like puzzles. I like puzzles in RPGs. I don't like when they're complex block pushing puzzles, but that's just tedium. This is tedium with extra steps, but at least I get to kill things in the interim. Just curious, maybe because you seem like that person that seeks self-development first rather than a person to count on in the long term. Oh yeah, you've definitely hit the nose on that. I'm not. What I realized when it comes to, seeking kinship from someone else is you need to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and say, I, as a man or woman, am happy with who I see in the mirror. I'm happy with myself. I am not happy with myself. I have lots of things I could work on. I am not in good shape. I'm overweight. I don't have a job. I am in college, but that's not a plus. I still live with my dad. I still live with my parents, generally speaking, because the housing market is too expensive. It's hard to jump in if you don't have a job. And a typical 9-to-5 job does not let you own a house here in America. But those are excuses, not reasons. I should have flown the coop long ago. As a result, I know that I am not ready to ask of another person, to be more self-sufficient than I already am. And people who tend to be in a similar way to me often don't recognize that they need the self-improvement first. And that's not the kind of attention I'm looking for. I don't mind if that type of person asks me to go on a date or something, but if I expect of myself to be stable and a fully functional adult before I go on dates, I'm within my rights to expect that of another person without forcing them to do it. So I'll be on the quest for love and marriage for a long time. But that quest don't start until the rest of me is right first. But yeah, your assessment's on point. You must have a decent amount of experience reading people then. I know me, as the stereotypical American, can have some problems reading people. I hear that's a common complaint among Europeans, is that Americans don't often know how to take the temperature in a room. Or maybe that's just something that people say is the case. I'm very careful about trusting hearsay and rumors like that, or gossip. Oh, what he did just there, the guy with the staff, you want to be very careful about that. If you're on torrent, if you're on your horse at that point, it'll take you off torrent, just straight up. It won't kill torrent, but it will actually force you off the horse. You don't want to be riding torrent when that happens. So just something to bear in mind. You either need to take out the staff guys first, or you need to accept that you have to fight them on foot. One of those two things has to happen. I struggle to remember if a monolith is up here. I suppose my advice, and you know, I've been a perpetually single person for most of my life, but as someone who seeks constant introspection, if you're not sure your own house is in order, take a minute to think about where you are in your life before you start asking others for potential for kinship, or for a lover's relationship. You should ask that of yourself. I think it would be good if more people did that. But this also presumes everyone has the same outlook on life I do. So I guess this only works if you're a naturally introspective person. Introspection is something I think is not sorely missed, but it's hard to ask of another person given today's tumultuous global environment. It's hard to be introspective when your basic rights are being attacked. It's hard to be introspective when the world seems hell-bent on picking sides and forcing people to say, choose me or you don't get to eat. Choose me or you don't get a job. Choose me or you don't get to live. It's hard. Introspection is something I think is diminishing. People have to make their own time for that. And when there's never any time for that, it's just something that tends to fall by the wayside. It's hard to think on a metacognitive level when you can't address your physical needs. I understand it. But it leads to the world state of today, and it perpetuates it. That's what you thought as well about yourself, but given the fact at this point I don't even know if you knew your girlfriend at that time, you don't know what to say. Sometimes I feel like I didn't really know her as well as I thought I was, as well as you thought you did. Yeah. I mean, this is true of friends too, not just people you want to shack up with and call girlfriend or eventually wife. If you're... Once you've got some sort of, like, breaking period, it's kind of like shoes. I hate to compare relationships to shoes, but the only point I'm saying is you need to get a chance to know each other on the surface first, before you start asking questions. But once you've got maybe 6 months or a year, or you know that your partner is open to serious questions from you, start asking. Make sure the conversation is safe. Don't attack them or their beliefs, but genuinely try to understand what makes them tick. You're looking to maybe make this person your significant other. You kind of need to know more about them than what's their favorite color, how do you like your steak, or, where do you like to visit? How do you view death? Or what's your opinion on taxes? Uh, or, you know, why do you like this person over that person? Things like that. Something deeper, something less shallow. And I hate to use the word shallow, but it's the most fitting word for it. Like, the superficial surface characteristics don't really make for a great relationship. It's why so many marriages crumble and fall apart, in my opinion. People try to build on the superficial and try not to get in each other's business. But what people have to understand is if you're marrying, you're in each other's business. If you're trying to form a long-lasting romantic relationship, you're going to be in each other's business. Now, are there boundaries? Yes. Sure. Absolutely. There are boundaries and they should be respected. But if people never bother to drop their guard long enough to ask the serious questions, then they're going to have a tough time forming the necessary connections in a long-term relationship. In my view. Again, I've not had a long-term romantic relationship, so it's kind of hard to swallow advice from me, because I haven't lived it. But I know friends who have. They've confided in me about their experience. And when I was raiding in World of Warcraft and I was a raid leader, I had people who straight up had to tell me those things, so that their absences and that sort of thing had any amount of context or made any amount of sense. I learned more about people than I probably had any right to know as an individual human being. And that's why I'm kind of able to maybe rationalize or understand people's grievances about personal relationships. It's just something that comes natural to me. I don't know how else to say it. Even though my own social skills are inept, and I struggle to relate to people on an emotional level, I almost have an instinctive, reflexive understanding, let's call it, of how people interact with one another. I'm also the kind of person who people watches. Like, the other way that I've learned about this sort of thing is by watching and seeing what people do, and maybe overhearing some of what I'm not supposed to hear. Whether it was at school, or in college, or when I interned at the VA in downtown Augusta, Georgia, or interned at Doctor's Hospital, or I rate led, or anything. I took notes on people. I didn't keep them, of course. That's creepy. But I did remember what people said. I did remember what they talked about in terms of their own struggles and limitations. I don't know, I guess I'm just observant when it comes to people. And it shows through my own personal history. Good Lord. Take a hike. Oh, and we got their axe as a reward. Let's take a look at this bad puppy, huh? So our lovely little axe, it is an axe, it's a one-handed axe, is the Jawbone axe. Axe made from an herbivore's skull, weapon of the ancestral followers who disdain metal. This axe is more bludgeon. It forgoes a bladed edge, instead using the beast's molar teeth to buffet foes, dealing strike damage. And like all axes, or like most axes, it comes with wild strikes as its weapon art. Cool beans. I'll even equip the axe so we can see what it looks like. If I were going for a cosplay of one of the ancestors, I would be farming for this axe. It's pretty cool, but I'm not into the bones and teeth aesthetic personally. Let's get back our catalyst. soon as I can find it. While I'm thinking about it, I wanted to let people have a little more advanced notice on the next ad that'll be coming up. Again, for those who are just now joining in, I've returned back to automated ads, which means we're going to get one at the hour and 2 minute mark. And during that time, I expect to have collected more items and probably made my way up here. Maybe start working on some of the more hidden secrets in the bushes or under the waterfalls here. That's pretty much what I expect to happen. Now that I've given that little precursory warning, I'll return back to gameplay and talking other subjects. I hope everybody is enjoying the Elden Ring Reforged content so far. I realize it doesn't look like anything has changed. Elden Ring Reforged is an overhaul. I would class it as one, but it is not. It is not like Elden Ring Convergence will be, or Garden Eyes, where it's like a complete overhaul, and there are things you can tell right away. It's not a Elden Ring Ascended mod either. It doesn't tilt things on its head. It does add subtle things that you can use to tell yourself, oh, I know I'm playing Elden Ring Reforged, because I can duck, or I can block, I can deflect with my catalyst, and I know because this buff is showing up, or I know that I can regenerate a FP with specific spells, and that it regenerates on its own. It's not a, oh, everything's different. No, the differences are there, but you have to look. Really, that's all there is to say. If you look, you will know that you are playing with Elden Ring Reforged. And that's kind of what I like about it, is that it sticks to its mission. It is a vanilla plus mod that adds lots of extra features that could be part of the basic game. I'll get to that statement in just a second. It really does accomplish what it sets out to do, which is to look like the game while adding many quality of life improvements. Let's see. It was weird before, because before the breakup, she was an important person to you, even part of the family. I don't really have a lot of friends. Not easy for you to form strong bonds with other people. And at that time, I thought she was enough, all I needed. But after the breakup, I realized that the only person I had by my side, apart from my family, was Rasby, and that I'm pretty lonely. Oh, you're telling me. I understand what that lonely feeling feels like. I really do. Like, I have friends, but a lot of my friends I have political or philosophical disagreements with, which is par for the course for my personality. I don't like being in echo chambers. I hate it. That doesn't mean I'm going to go seek out a Nazi either, but I don't like echo chambers. I like being surrounded by different perspectives and different kinds of people. Who come from all different walks of life. I find it alien when everyone's the same. But the thing is that has a hidden side effect, let's call it, where there's always a constant tension, especially if you're on far enough sides of the political aisle or geopolitical aisle like me and my friends are. We have lots of things that we disagree about. Without talking about current events too much, the death of the Queen of England is something that I view as a complicated issue, whereas many of my friends would say, good riddance to that she-devil. Good riddance to her for what she represented. And while I recognize their point of view, I also recognize that to many people, they simply knew her as the Queen. And so it's tough. There's cultural and cognitive dissonance that shows up with that, and that really takes a toll on a person. It really does. I don't have any friends for which I hardly have any disagreements with, which I guess is both a good and a bad thing. It means that I'm constantly used to debating my own ideas and having to defend them. On the other hand, it is It's stressful. It's not as stressful as being lonely, though. I do still understand that feeling, because it's not. What I have with my friends is something of a competition on top of being friends with them. Even with the new friends that I'm forging on college campus, um, they're also in direct competition. If I'm working in a lab with them, I'm working to see. I'm trying to see if I can get out of the lab ahead of them. I'm trying to see if I can impress my instructor or other little tiny things that no one thinks about that would drive a wedge between people, but it certainly can if it happens often enough. I don't have any true friends that I have true camaraderie with. It's almost always at a cost. Which, I guess, is the human condition. It's funny. Raspy always thought I was lucky because I found a girlfriend without trying too much. When I met her, that wasn't your goal, and it came pretty natural. I basically had what he wanted, and he has what I want. A strong passion. He already has an internship, and he knows what he wants to do in the future, and you have nothing. Well, see, the thing is, you both were lucky. You both were lucky. And I think certain things happened to Rasby to really help forge him as a strong person. I think he needed those things to happen in some aspect. Maybe with much less pain. I think if a situation is painful, you can always resolve it with less pain. And I'm not a perfect person in that regard either. But I feel as though... How do I word this? Because he struggled so much, and because he hit some social walls, he was really able to define himself. And now you're having to do the same thing. You had luck in a different way. Rather than being forged by adversity early in life, you're being forged by it now. But as long as you know what you want to do, and you make active steps toward fixing that, you will eventually climb out of the hole. Comparing yourself to him really comparing yourself to any other human being is dangerous. Because it sets yourself up for failure. It's human to do. I know I'm speaking almost futility. Everyone wants to compare themselves to something else, but you're really just setting yourself up. Oh god, I just lost what I was gonna say. I'll address this comment first then. Speaking of him, he was actually curious if you're still upset with him. He would love to hang out here now. He's pretty mature, I can tell you that. I don't like commenting about personal affairs on stream too much, but I will say I have read the messages over a long period of time. I've kept note of them. And I'm not upset anymore. I haven't been upset for a while. But I needed to make sure that the way I handled things stuck with him. And it has. And it seems that he is a much better person for it now. I will probably begin making the arrangements to lift most, if not all, of the bans completely. I don't know if I'm ready to offer an invitation yet, but I am willing to extend an olive branch. What he chooses to do with that is on him. I just had my reasons for for handling things the way I did, and he knows this. He knew it when he sent the last couple of messages through various burner accounts. I'm ready to move past that if he is. But I'm also ready to reinstate those pretty quickly if it ever happens. What I've learned in that short amount of time, working with him and handling him as he's handled me, is that I generally am very gentle and patient with people to the point where it causes me a whole bunch of mental health problems, which at the time that all that stuff was happening, Raspy was definitely pressing on all of my mental health buttons. He's no longer doing this. Like I said, I have let go since long ago. I guess I'm making it clear without being too specific for general viewership what happened. Um, but I don't want to dwell on that. I'll begin making the moves toward, I suppose, a formal like formal forgiveness. I had put that behind me long ago, but I still have all the measures in place. I'll begin removing those probably sometime today. What he chooses to do with that information is up to you. Or up to him. I mean, up to him. I can't talk. I can't talk today. I'm sorry. It's been getting worse, by the way. I'm often hovering over my own words now. The COVID brain fog is not a joke. At all. Oh boy. Jeez. This guy was really wanting me badly. Wow, it's kind of hard to move on from a topic like that one, huh? Oh, right. Yeah, COVID brain fog, not a joke. And you just witnessed it right there, where I struggle sometimes to, I struggle to form coherent thoughts. It doesn't always happen, but it does get worse the more overweight you are, as I've come to understand the data. So that gives me more of a reason to fix that than ever before. And on top of that, brain fog can also happen if your testosterone or estrogen is low. So I'm going to have to try to go get a hormone test for that, which is going to suck. To be fair, I never ever thought that you'd go through a pandemic in your lifetime. Me either. Me either. That's the weird thing, is people assume that science fiction stays in science fiction because we write about science fiction and therefore are aware of it. But no. It can happen at any point. That's what my job field is. That's what the job I'm going towards is all about, is what if the science fiction scenario became real? What would we do? How would we handle it? And it sucks. Really, if China had just said the words, "We had an accident," that we did not mean for this to happen, everyone would have assumed they were telling the truth. And probably might not have even questioned it. If they had turned over the box data to the appropriate authorities, to the appropriate global organizations, it would have been fine. It wouldn't have been this world-sweeping... Well, it would have been a world-sweeping phenomena in terms of the actual health crisis, but it wouldn't have been political. It wouldn't have been geopolitical. We would have had solutions much faster. Instead, COVID-19 is now a reason that the world is divided. It is now a reason why no one trusts one another. Because no one can assume that China is working in their people's best interests ever again. Same thing with January 6th, same thing with what's happening in Sri Lanka. Instead of the Star Trek world scenario where everyone is kind of working under a common yoke, a common cause, it's more like the Fallout game franchise scenario is coming real, where no one trusts anyone. Everyone is in isolated little communities where typically it's assumed someone's going to cause trouble, And it's so sad. It makes me sick to even think that this is where the world is now. And no one's really going to trust a health professional ever again. Like, if they're not working as part of big pharma, maybe there's more trust, but... And the insurance companies made it bad enough. But after the pandemic, it's like the world just broke. It's like the world just broke. And I'm completely bewildered as both a philosopher and an up-and-coming scientist that it's happening. And I know that, there's still some people who do have some amount of trust in this world, and I want to do everything I can to foster that. But I can only do so much, and this also assumes that people are actually willing and able to put their differences aside, but the politics are even grabbing the scientists now. They're even grabbing the mathematicians and other scholars and saying, pick a side. Tribalism is winning right now. And it's really, really upsetting. I hate it. As someone who is... And even you'd think that someone who'd be geopolitically centered and wants to look at things from all the angles, because they know that for every side, there's at least another side to the story. There's another perspective to be looked at for various historical events in life. You'd think that someone in the center would be someone to be strived toward. That would be a perspective worth looking at. But instead, the center is seen as a fence sitter, something to be shunned, something to be removed. And that is really sad. People in the center are either apathetic, okay, very well, hopefully you are safe while you are being right back. It's seen as fence sitting. It's seen as, well, I'm not going to make a choice, or whatever. And it doesn't have to be viewed that way. But in the quest for tribes to define us and them, I cannot believe that just happened. Let's try to make that jump again. In the quest to define us and them, the us is getting smaller and smaller, and the them is getting larger and larger. It's sad. But I'm just one man. We're all just... In this room, we might be collective, but when this stream is over, and when the dust settles, and we all go our separate ways, welcome back. We're really all just individual people swept up by other massive collections of people that want to exercise their will on us. The only thing you can do is to either form a collective of your own that is large enough to counter theirs, thus feeding the cycle of tribalism, or accepting that you're part of the tribe and working with them, or accepting oblivion. There really aren't other choices in the matter. And it's sad. The world didn't have to be this way, but it is. And now we have to work from that point of view. I expect that sometime in the next 20 to 30 years, the world's going to devolve in... Well, not devolve, that's the wrong word. The world's going to basically form what is called a trade bloc. Where, like, you have coalitions of people, and they all trade with each other, and that's it. Anyone hostile, there either has to be a neutral meeting place just to even talk to them, or those people are barred from being even a blip on the mental radar for their citizens. Where like America and Europe would probably form a bloc. America, I'm sorry, let me correct that. America, Europe, and Canada would form their own bloc. Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, um, all of the countries in the Middle East, which I know is not really a real term, would probably form their own group. Um, and you know, people in Africa would form their group, and I don't know what the Australians or the Indians in Asia would do, but you get my point. People would form blocks, and anyone not in the block would be an enemy. I feel really bad for the nurses and doctors that do their best, but people see them as enemy number one. Yeah, and you know, you don't even have to be a real doctor, in air quotes. You could just have a PhD, and people would now see you as, you know, an elite. Someone, instead of having worked hard for their progress, it's someone who made connections. It's someone who, oh, well, they work at this place where all the elites go. And, in their degree, that's just a formality. It's sad. The world is succumbing to tribalism. Make no mistake about it. And you and I, and any others who feel the way we do, who feel really torn up and sad about it, almost need to form a coalition of our own, where we understand that the world is naturally inclined to pick sides, but we arbitrarily choose not to pick sides, or we pick the sides that would be best for everyone. The world almost needs a reset. And I know that too is a very damning word to use. Pardon my French. Good lord. Will you stop swinging that thing? It sucks. I'm 30 and I didn't think I'd have to fear this sort of thing until I was maybe 50 or 60. Where, you know, I could be telling my kids about, you know, what the world was like back then. You know, it's a tense period. Instead, I'm wondering if I'm going to get to do that at all. Because I do want kids. I don't know if I want to surrogate them yet, like have surrogate children, or if I want to adopt, but I do want children. That is something I have made up my mind on. But now I'm wondering if I'll ever have that opportunity, because I don't want to have surrogates or adopted children until I'm financially stable and until I'm a fully functional adult in my life. But the way the world is right now, it's a very unstable place. It's a terrible time to try to be raising children, but it has to happen. Because if everyone thought that way and stuck their necks in the sand and waited for the world to be in a better place, we would be dead as a species. To be fair, it was a pretty depressing period at the start of the war. You knew your life was going to change somehow, and a lot of people want peace in the world. But that's not the case anymore. Well, people forgot that bad actors exist, or if they might not have forgotten bad actors they exist, but they were powerless to do anything about it, or I assume we're talking about either the European Tigray Civil War, or we're talking about Ukraine versus Russia. It's one of those two things. Regardless of which one, well, I suppose it's not really the same thing. Ethiopia and Tigray are part of the same nation, so that's a proper civil war. Ukraine and Russia have the opportunity to create a world war over various interests. It's the stakes are different, but the humanitarian cost is equivalent among both right now. People forgot to spend on defense, and they forgot the rule about having an armed society. It makes for a polite one. It really does. If everyone considers that everyone else is armed, they will think twice as long before they inevitably commit their crime and get hurt over it. at least there will be an imposed cost. When people don't develop security contingencies for their own defense, it can be very troubling. It just creates troubling circumstances. And one other thing, I suppose, is that everyone wants peace, but no one is willing to actually spend to make peace a reality. No one is willing, or few people, I shouldn't say nobody, few people are willing to sacrifice for that peace. Well, you wouldn't think that 21st century states solve their problems through war. You'd think so, but we're lucky that the Russia-Ukraine war is a case of people starting wars over stupid reasons. People are going to soon start wars over resources. This is played with in, like, the Fallout series, where that turbulent time period is literally called the resource crisis. Where people are warring because not enough food, not enough room for people to grow, not enough solutions that take care of that problem. But it just goes to show that human beings are human beings, and eventually, if you can't resolve things through peace, people will turn to violence in order to try to solve it, and hope that the violence is limited and brief. But oftentimes, both warring groups, or all warring groups having that mentality, means that you're going to be in war a lot longer than you want. In war, you need to finish the job. It's really important that you do. Like, yeah, the morally correct thing might be, spare them. But if you have to fight a war, it would be better if... Well, now we're getting into weird territory. How do I describe this? How do I word it? There are a lot of reasons why in war, or in the world wars that are in human history, when we started the practice of rebuilding people without considering what the cultural ramifications would be for that, what the geopolitical ramifications would be for that, and without assuming the age-old adage of humans who hate each other for centuries and centuries, where there are groups in enmity, it would be hard to make those groups of people resolve their differences. And if you don't think you can manage that, you should just force those people out. But that's probably my opinion. It's contradictory here. I hope I'm using the right words here. I think in Romania that probably the only way to solve the problems would be long-term riots. Yeah, that's sad, huh? But you know what? It's within your rights. If there's one thing that people have forgotten here in America, and I can't speak for Romania, but our Constitution in the United States says that if our government is being unjust and tyrannical, it is our duty as citizens to overthrow the government and to replace it with something better. Because the Founding Fathers recognized that no government is perfect, and that if a tyranny should ever erupt again, those people would have to do what they did in order to declare independence from Britain when this was happening. They would also have to fight with blood, sweat, and tears to maintain their peace. Your country will probably have to do the same thing, only this time you won't have to worry about the stains of colonialism or anything else. You're just fighting your own government. And if you're doing what's right, if overthrowing the government is what's right, then people should gather up and do it. But it's hard because corrupt governments around the world are very good at managing their people. I tell my friends this all the time, and it's lost on them, and I'm running in circles. I completely forgot what I was going to say. I'll come back to it if I could think of it. I think I saw the time and spazzed out. I do want to let people know that an ad will be coming in about 7 minutes. We're still pretty much expecting to work on obtaining items that are in the various ancestral camps and lighting up any monoliths that we happen to find. That is not a monolith, by the way. That is a brazier. But that is currently what we would expect to have happen in the course of the next 7 to 10 minutes. I'm still waiting for the moment when North Korea will be a democratic country. Well, maybe not a democracy, but I am too waiting for a moment where the North Korean people are willing to spend blood, sweat, and tears to escape their dictator. And that's the thing I was going to say earlier. Thank you for saying that, by the way. Governments are business. That might not be the most apt analogy, but I think it's the truth. The government has an overhead. In this case, their overhead is making sure their citizens are fed, taken care of, and everything else. But in order to feed their citizens, they have to be a functioning government, which means the government has to cover its own costs first. And when you cover your own costs for long enough, you'll do those first before thinking about anything else. And as a business, if you don't keep the lights on, you're not making money. You're not selling product to customers. As a government, if you don't keep the lights on, you're not feeding your people. They don't have borders. They don't have a defined culture. They don't have education, etc., etc., etc. But government is going to take care of themselves first, and only when they have taken care of themselves will they even begin to think about you. Period. That's any government. Democratic governments are nice when there is no corruption from the bottom. The United States is what happens when the corruption seeps in from the bottom to the top. Really, democracy is no better than any other form of government besides authoritarian or totalitarian governments, where people have no say. If people have some amount of say through their elected officials, it all works out to be about the same. It's all about where the corruption is. And once it's part of the system, the only way you excise corruption is by removing people. Either by election, or if they refuse to leave, you can take them off the property, you can arrest them, and hopefully you don't have to kill them. Gonna watch videos about anarchy at some point, because I think it's a nice ideology. Don't think an anarchy would actually work. No, it wouldn't. Humans are cyclical creatures. Everything they do is in a cycle. There are instances where humans formed small, localized villages and had local leaders. And then there were instances where empires formed. And there were collectives that formed. And they had these broad, oversweeping, looming entities that made rules and maintained the peace. I think we're seeing a point where people are starting to go back to the cycle of small local villages, although in this case villages might be states, and return to the government models of the past with the lessons from the present and the future. That's what I think is really happening, is that humans are in their own cycle again. And we're seeing that happen right in front of our very eyes. And because of the way it's unfolding, um, it seems likely that various countries and governments are going to collapse as people realize that big or small, human government is more or less the same. But if you're going to have any collection of people work together, you have to have some laws and customs, or else everyone would just be living by themselves as small family units. Everyone would be hunting. There would be no culture. There would be no civilization. It would just be humans. We would just be animals. Like normal animals who eat, breed, and rinse and repeat. It might change from human to human, but the collective trend would be the same. Which, as someone who likes being around other people, would make me really sad. Because then we would be returning to the times written about in Beowulf, where people needed to state where they're from or what they're doing, or they weren't trusted. People needed to prove they were innocent, instead of people needing to prove they were guilty. The world just is turning on its head at various points, and I think we're really seeing various cultural and cognitive dissonances form together to contribute to all the crises going on in the world. That's the human condition, and it's sad but predictable. And I keep using that word. Everyone uses the word sad to describe these kinds of things, and sad has lost its flavor. But it's only the only word I have to describe any of this. Oh boy. We need a gif of jumping land octopuses attempting to give people hugs and it not working. Remember seeing Flame Frenzy? It's a really nice, powerful spell. It is. Come on, get off me. Darn octopus. Oh yeah, it's very powerful. It's really good on large creatures. It's not too great on small ones. I mean, it can work on small creatures, but you'll be struggling to get a single application of madness. And in Elden... What on earth is going on? And just like Elden Ring Reforged does make certain creatures immune to status effects. Again, I keep talking about spirits. Anytime there's a spirit creature, it's never going to be affected by a status effect at all. So you're better off just saving your status-inducing spells for someone else. Which, I guess, spices up the gameplay, because otherwise, I would just stay in Warlock build, or use the Warlock Fortune, induce poison through Poison Mist, and then proceed to cast the most damaging spell, which right now is Flame of Frenzy. Later on, it'll be a different spell. I remember seeing the game for the first time, how big was the map, and the streamer discovering more new zones, and I was like, wow, still going? How big is it? Oh yeah, it's big. It's very big. It's extremely big. I know, now that I've done enough adjectives and adverbs for how big something is, we have the overworld map, which is at least 3 times the size of you know, where you first start. This is a third of the total game map. Maybe even... No, I'd say it's like only 20% of the total map. And then we have the underground, which is around the same size, which is ridiculous. Elden, like, FromSoft did a really good job with Elden Ring in terms of providing way too much content. There's so much content. I think if I were to do a proper YouTube series of this, I'd be recording 300 plus videos of it. just to go through everything, because most people, well, I should say most people, some people really want, just beat the game, and others would really much prefer, full completion. You'd have those two crowds warring with each other. So of course the streamer is going to choose, fully completing the game, because at least then people will have the opportunity to pick and choose the parts they want to see. The only complaints I heard about the game were optimization. Oh yeah, they fixed that pretty quick though. Um, Yeah, and I didn't really notice the optimization until about a day or two into playing the game, and then I realized, oh, I hate when they do this. Yeah, if you don't kill them fast enough, they will start healing. And these land octopi have a ton of health. A metric ton. But we have the spells that can... We have spells that can cut through their health like butter, and status effects make it relatively easy to deal with them. They're not super fast or anything like that. Now that I hear lawn mowing outside, though, I hate to kind of park it here and take the intermission, but I feel like if I don't, it's going to bleed through into the recording and all kinds of other fun business. Yeah, my neighbors behind me are mowing their lawn right now. The diversity of the enemies is amazing. It is. It is. There's so many enemies. And ERR does a really nice job of fixing all their hitboxes and stuff. As FromSoft did cut a lot of corners in order to get this much content into the game. And I can't blame them, because they have strict timetables they gotta meet. Anything that isn't in the major game is usually DLC at the end, because FromSoft runs out of funding on various projects or has too strict of a timetable and they have to cut something. It happens. I'm going to go ahead and take a 10-minute intermission. Use this time to stretch, get a snack, tell people you love them, go hang out with your parents, do all sorts of other stuff. Whatever floats your boat, really. I'm going to get another cup of tea while we're on break, and when we return, we will be continuing to work our way toward this location, because this location will take us out of the underground. Hopefully we can get there today, but if not, we will get there in the next 2.5 hours. Not forgetting that I streamed for an extra hour today. And with that, I will be right back. I will see you guys in 10 minutes. I am super sorry about that. Let's just say a cousin or a uncle showed up and proceeded to have me in conversations about plans that won't really take effect until the start of next year, so my apologies. I'm making excuses. Just know that I definitely was not blowing anyone off for longer than necessary. If I didn't have company over, I would have been back on time today. But I could have been more forceful about needing to be back on camera. Forgive me, please. Hopefully everyone enjoyed their extended intermission, let's call it. Let me make sure I turn back to the right display here. It's fine. Welcome back. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it. It's good to have people who understand what that's like. But I still have to issue the apology anyway. Because not everyone is that understanding, and some are definitely expecting a product or a service. But thank you. Hopefully everyone had a good intermission. I'm ready to get back to where we were. Maybe, hopefully, with the extra... See, I started at 1. It's 3 now. Hopefully we can get everything we can get done in 2 hours. But I'm not holding my breath. We don't really want to be fighting all of these things either. If you ever need nascent butterflies, dew-kissed herba, land octopus ovaries, or anything else, really the Siofra River is just the best place to go to get all of that stuff. It always respawns. It always respawns when you rest. There are bones of all kinds. It's just, you're really, there really are no locations like it. Even the Eitzel River Well, which is the sister to Siofra, does not have places like this in it. It's a much different experience. If you need to go hunting in base Elden Ring for any reason, this is the place for you. Bones, excrement, ovaries. It has and I can't believe I'm saying that as a genuine sentence. It has it all. It has it all. Heck, you can even get Miranda flowers and poison powder here. That's how diverse in wildlife it is. Make sure I haven't missed anything. It doesn't look like I have. We were leaving off on the topic of Elden Ring's beautifully diverse enemy pool, and it is diverse. A lot of it is reused, but they've done such a good job, like, reskinning the enemies, that it's really kind of hard to tell. Maybe with the exceptions of a few things. Like these Miranda flowers, big and small, are new. Or, trying to think, Stormhawks are new. Things like dogs or, like the furry dogs, big and small, those return from Dark Souls 3. The statues in the catacombs are reskinned thralls from Dark Souls 3, or reskinned peasants from Dark Souls 3. Like, reused assets aren't a problem, I'm just saying there are a lot of them. And it shows. But that doesn't mean that it's bad. There are plenty of new things in here. And again, they've done such a good job reskinning them. It's hard to tell. You'd have to be a Dark Souls veteran to know what's used and what's new. You really do. Really? I'm surprised. Okay, I guess I'll just make myself mad. And the nice thing about these giant Miranda flowers is that you can stagger them with open flame pretty easily. You do have to hit them with it, of course. It's not like you can shove a torch and they'll cower away, but they'll definitely sit there in paralysis for a hot minute while you burn them gently. Gently being operative. It might be hard to hear. I don't know if that's an ambient music effect or if that is related to... Okay, it's a sound effect. If you hear that violin or cello or whatever they're playing up there, you definitely know you're hearing a merchant up there. We definitely want to see what he has for sale. It can be kind of hard to hear with the way I have settings turned up and down, though. It really can. So that's why I went through and turned down the volume, so it's easily hearable. That's nice. I would have assumed that that sort of sound effect was tied to music and didn't think anything of it. Good on FromSoft for paying a close attention to detail. I think we've lit up 3 of the 8 monoliths so far. Yeah, that sounds right. We have like 5 more to go through. And like 4 of them are here, and 4 of them are in this section. I kind of like to think of Siofra Riverwell as having 3 portions to it. You've got the part before the riverbank rest site, which contains the giant crab and the initial the initial groups of claymen. Then at the riverbank, you have the Hollowhorn grounds and 3 or 4 of the various monoliths throughout this section. Then, past this gate here and this building here, we have the remaining section. The remaining section contains our way out. I think I said that already before the intermission, but I'm reiterating that the Siofra Riverwell has 2 points of entry on this side. You might be asking yourselves, well, what about all this up here? Why aren't we talking about it? We can't access it right now. It might be kind of hard to tell from the riverbank, but if I work back to the Riverwell depths, and I pan the camera up, we'll be looking at rock underneath. Good lord. How rude. I'm trying to tell my viewers what the deal is, and you're coming here with your slap hands and your flappy tentacles and ruining all of it. Very rude. That's okay. I'll just kill you for it. And these things are so big, they're very easy to, Nice. I probably should not have done that right there. How is everyone enjoying Elden Ring so far? I'm doing my best to showcase everything, but it is hard to do. It is a big game. And even more so when you consider that this is the modded form of the game. So there are changes on top of having such a huge game to showcase. There's a lot. I even try to make sure I include all the dialogue. That's not something I have to do. But we're going for a 100% playthrough. And part of that is experiencing what the NPCs have to say. Now, real quick, these globes of lightning are very dangerous. They're extremely dangerous. They are... You can't kill them. You can target them, but you can't kill them. They don't have health. And they will shoot 5 arcs of lightning at you. These are run killers. Um, I have seen multiple speed runs get ended by a single bolt. I'll actually lure one here so I can show it off. And of course I did that at the risk of dying. And I did die. But yeah, those things are very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. 100%, well, gonna be a long adventure. You darn right it is. What do you have to do for 100%? 100% is all major bosses, all remembrances, which is different from all major bosses, by the way. Um, Most of the achievements, normally for 100%, we're playing modded, so those are turned off. So I would kind of have to. I'm kind of bending what 100% means. On top of that, every collected item, that's anything that's a major enemy drop, or anything that could be bought from a merchant, it is bought, it is purchased. All weapons, all armor, all dialogue, all cutscenes, or most cutscenes, and all the endings, which is hard. You basically would have to play through the game 6 times, because there are 6 endings. But luckily, once we play through it the first 2 times, the rest I can beeline. We can do any percent from that point, to get the rest of the endings. Because the first time you play it, you're playing a new game. You get whatever ending you pick. I have a specific one in mind for our first time. Then for the second one, typically, for the second playthrough, you'll typically get the Oblivion or Chaos ending. Then after that, you cycle through the rest in any order, where now that you're not worrying about New Game and New Game Plus, and you've already collected everything there is to collect, you can just beeline straight for the quests that are actually relevant to your ending, kill only the required bosses for the ending, and then actually beat the game. It's funny that the most popular category in other Souls games is all bosses. Well, not in this game. Good luck speedrunning all bosses. Oh yeah. Like every boss, there are some bosses in the game that are non-bosses, and there's some bosses in the game that are minor field bosses. Every catacomb has a boss. Every catacomb, every cave pretty much has a boss. And there are bosses at day and night. I'll remind everyone who's played Elden Ring, or maybe for people who haven't played Elden Ring before, there's a day and a night cycle. And there are 3 different sets of bosses that all come out only at night. One of them is tied to very specific locations. Those are the bell-bearing hunters. You need to kill 4 of them, and their defense is super high in vanilla Elden Ring. The first one, not so bad, but 2 through 4, it's hell. And those 4 bosses are required to get to another one way later in the game. He will only spawn if you've killed those 4, and you go to the correct place. Then you have the Deathrite birds. You have Death birds and Deathrite birds. Those are in various overworld locations, just anywhere. They inflict death blight when you attack, and for those who don't know, if you are affected by death blight, you die. You die instantly. In vanilla Elden Ring, at the very least, you don't lose your souls. Or runes. You just die. In Elden Ring Reforged, if you get afflicted with death blight, and die, you lose your runes, all of them, with no bloodstain or rune spot to collect. Like that, the spot that's there has nothing in it. You might as well forget it. So that's one way in which Elden Ring Reforged, I guess, is kind of worse than vanilla Elden Ring. Because for whatever reason, uh, Death Blight is extremely punishing, but at the same time, the player gets to use it, so... Finally, the last nighttime boss are the various Knights Cavalry. And those tend to be on bridges, inside castles, anywhere. Two types. Ones that have halberds or glaives, and ones that use flails. The ones that use halberds are very hard-hitting, and outside of the first time you find one, where it's like, oh, they kind of have paper level health. The rest of the time, when you're fighting one of those, it's like hell to get them off that horse and onto the ground for only a few moments before they summon the mount again. They have ironclad defenses, and a lot of spell options or other options in vanilla Elden Ring are way worse. Like, if they were weak to holy, good luck. Good luck to you. Holy spells are bad in Elden Ring. Flame of Frenzy. It's a good spell. It's a better spell in Elden Ring Reforged. Good luck. Poison Mist. Or other mist spells. They're good. They're better as ambush spells in vanilla Elden Ring, as they produce no poise on being attacked or anything like that. You said you could use Death Blight or something? Yeah. So, make sure I'm not... I see, I ran into the ad again. Sorry, I'll do a better job at that. Yes, you could use Death Blight. There are spells that... Oh, you could use Death Blight in vanilla Elden Ring as well. I guess what I should say is... Death Blight is a strict player affecting status only in regular Elden Ring. So only players are affected by Death Blight. The only boss that could be affected by Death Blight in the entire game is Sir Gideon Ofnir the All-Knowing, because he is technically a NPC player character. It's infamous. You can kill him with it. There are only a few spells in the game that inflict Death Blight. They all belong to the sorcery school of spells. And the rest of the time, you're flapping into the wind. Like, the spells do nothing in terms of damage. You're better off casting any other spell. There's even a spell called, I want to say it's Fia's Mist, that only strictly builds up Deathblight status and nothing else. That's actually a useless spell if you're not dealing with Gideon Ofnir. Elden Ring Reforged actually makes it so that Deathblight affects specific enemies. And it produces a stacking debuff. It's just a much better condition in Elden Ring Reforged, where, like, Deathblight for enemies has 3 stages. The first stage, when they're affected by it, they lose 15% of their total AR. That's attack rating, for those who don't know. So they will do 15% less damage. Then they have to be afflicted by it again. If they're afflicted by it a second time, they lose 50% of their total AR. So they'll be hitting half as hard as normal. Then you have to stack it again. And if you do that, only then does the Deathblight kill. But Deathblight builds up fast. It's a good status. You do not get that in regular Elden Ring. It does not affect enemies besides Gideon. It's amazing that they went through and created an insta-death effect that specifically punishes the player. There are conditions like that in other Souls games. I'm not saying, well, Elden Ring sucks in that regard. No, Dark Souls had Curse. It had Hollowing, which was sometimes an instant death effect. Those do exist. But you sometimes got access to those sorts of spells, and they sometimes affected other enemies. Deathblight has none of those redeeming traits on it, and you'd think they would have learned from that and made the status do something in regular Elden Ring. Something to reward you for picking it as a devotee of the School of Death. So in this game, having some Deathblight related spells can be OP. I mean, in Reforged, I wouldn't say OP. It does take a while. Lots of bosses are generally resistant to Deathblight. I'll pop open the chart and kind of show you what I'm talking about. But I can't be mobbed by this particular enemy. I do want to kill them first. This guy I can clown by climbing up the ladder over and over and over again. But I can't clown two of them at once. Get off the ladder, get off the ladder. Okay. And there's a crab nearby as well, so if I'm not really... Wouldn't think he can climb. Most humanoid enemies actually can in Elden Ring, which is good on them. They wouldn't have been able to do that if we didn't have the ability to jump. Because we can jump, FromSoft said, okay, we'll make sure they can climb too. Good on them. Makes combat more challenging. A fair fight. I don't mind it. What I do mind is having those enemies that have frantically wild swinging attacks also capable of climbing. That's just rough. It's brutal. I like it. What can I say? I guess if I were to stream a main game consistently, it would be this one. I'm a Souls junkie. And most of the veterans do remember, or should remember, that I did play Dark Souls 3 at one point and beat it. So, let me double check. I hear crab clattering around. Okay. Unless they start spitting water up here, I should be fine. Alright, so if I go and look at Deathblight, that is the status we're talking about. Not even two entries into the boss chart, and we already find one that's immune to Deathblight. That's the Abductor Virgin. Excuse me. It's a machine that, it's an Iron Maiden on wheels with bladed implements attached, and it can kill people by, absorbing them. Like an Iron Maiden kills people by crushing them. It's immune to Deathblight. There are dragons. Not even but the fourth entry in the chart is immune to Deathblight. There are lots of things that are immune to Deathblight, but at least not everything is immune. It's not overpowered because Deathblight is still the most resisted status in the mod. But it does do a lot more for those it works on, which I think is really cool. For those who want to know more about the Deathblight changes, as well as the boss chart I'm looking at, I'm going to type in two commands on stream. One is ERRB, exclamation marks with no quotes. That'll take you to the spreadsheet I'm using, which has been compiled by the community to go for the to check weaknesses, resistances, and all that. I'll respond to that comment in just a second. The other one that will explain how Deathblight works in the game in general is the changelog. Typing in ERRC, exclamation mark ERRC, no quotes, will get you to the changelog. I'll type that in, and that link will... It's not the most up-to-date changelog, but it does go over the details about Death Blight as it applies to enemies and players. And it's an excellent resource for overviewing most of Elden Ring Reforged. By the way, you usually have a hard time against these Minotaur guys. Don't you have a more effective way to kill them? It's possible that I do. Interestingly enough, these Minotaur or Ancestor guys aren't exactly the most resistant to magic. If I changed my class and my spells, I might have a better time with them. I am trying to keep the spell loadout for the boss of this area, but that won't be for a while. You're probably right in saying that, oh, well, you're having a hard time, why not just change the setup? And we are quite literally running a build that can change our setups at the snap of a finger. So I'll actually demonstrate that. For those who want to know about our player build in general, you can type in player build, all one word, all lowercase, no quotes, and that'll tell you the build plan. But for those who are here and want to know, we're playing a caster build, where I pretty much focus on intelligence, faith, and arcane, then vigor, mind, and endurance, leaving strength and dexterity relatively untouched, with maybe a few points in dexterity for casting speed. And we're focusing on casting all the spells, as many spells as possible. Some spells do rely more on arcane, which is why I've included them. Okay, what is mind and arcane for? So, let me get a specific spell for you. If you look at Oracle Bubbles, for example, Oracle Bubbles has the int and arcane requirement of 19 and 15. Arcane is needed to even cast the spell in the first place. If I don't have the arcane but do have the intelligence, doesn't matter. I can't cast it. For incantations, it's similar. If I try to cast Dragon Fire, which has a faith requirement of 16 and an arcane requirement of 12, if I have the faith and not arcane, I can't cast it. Arcane also is responsible for item discovery, so you'll notice that our item discovery is 125. Every point in arcane also increases... That's not what I'm looking for. Explanation is this what I'm looking for. Every point in arcane past 10 will increase our discovery by exactly 1 point. And discovery is responsible for drop rates. More arcane, more chance we'll find all the items we need for 100%. It's a good stat to have. As for mind, mind determines FP and affects focus. For FP, it's straightforward. FP is this blue bar here. If I don't have FP, I can't cast spells. So if you want to be able to cast more spells, put points in mind. Focus is the secondary statistic that affects resistance to sleep and madness. Higher the focus, the less likely you are to be affected by sleep and madness. And the more focus we have, the more we can spam spells like Flame of Frenzy and not be driven crazy ourselves. So this build seeks to fortify its own secondary statistics so that we don't poison, freeze, bleed, or rot ourselves with our own spells, because some of them do that, like Flame of Frenzy, while also having enough FP. What happens if you're driven crazy? I'll show that off for you. So in Elden Ring Reforged, you lose HP, and I believe you lose FP if you're driven mad. You're also locked into an animation until the madness concludes. In Elden Ring Baseline, I believe you lose a lot more health if you're driven mad, and the animation is around for a lot longer. Getting driven mad is not something you want to do. In vanilla Elden Ring, you need to modulate your madness so that you're never actually driven mad by your own spells that make you mad. In Elden Ring Reforged, it's still a penalty, but if I can't apply status for any other reason, I can use the fact that I can make myself mad in order to trigger my own buff with the Warlock Fortune. So it's less, it can be incidentally useful, but still penalizes you. You're also prone to getting staggered if you're mad. And it's considered a counter hit if you're struck during the animation. So, it really is a penalty. You just get some benefits for it, depending on what you choose. The same is true for enemies that are driven mad. They generally also lose health. Humanoid enemies are locked into an animation, but they aren't immediately staggered. According to Elden Ring Reforged, you need another attack to do this. Another application of the same spell also works, but the madness triggering event doesn't immediately stagger the NPC. It's a balance thing. But other than that, any non-humanoid enemy that's driven mad will probably get staggered. Again, another spell is required for the triggering application, and they will also lose health and FP if they have it. In vanilla Elden Ring, you cannot make anything except player characters mad. Which is why the spell still makes us mad, and it'll make humanoids mad, but it doesn't I'm sorry, I'm doing a very bad job at this. Unlike Deathblight, madness affects humanoids, but nothing else in vanilla Elden Ring. But even still, there's a much greater effect on players where they will lose health, get locked into an animation, and all that other stuff. What Elden Ring Reforged does is improve the status so more things can be driven mad, while mainly sticking to humanoids who can be driven mad. But there are some other enemies that can be driven mad, with similar effects for those. Deathblight and Madness are probably the two statuses, with Sleep being a distant third, that are not very useful in Elden Ring, like the base game. Elden Ring Reforged makes those statuses more useful. Sleep only has fringe uses. It does have some use in vanilla Elden Ring, but it's very fringe. You really don't have easy ways to make people go to sleep. You either need arrows or you need pots. I'm not sure if there's a spell that drives people to fall asleep. I generally like the changes to the status effects in Elden Ring Reforged. Oh, before I forget, there is an ad that will be airing in roughly 3 minutes. I know I generally have warnings for these kind of things, but I do try to physically warn you when an ad is going to appear. There really won't be too much that changes. I'll mainly be selling excess gear and buying anything unique from the merchant that I can afford. That's pretty much about it. And maybe make a slight bit of headway on the map. Be right back. Very well. Goodness, company had me all frazzled today. Any duplicates? And no, the dwelling arrows don't count. Nothing here. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's see what you've got. Got soap. Larval tear. Good. We have an Oracle's Remedy, one of the last ones. It's very, very expensive. Smithing Stone 2, Smithing Stone 3. And then we get soap, oil pots, and roped oil pots. And then dappled meats. Well, might as well buy this. Buy these. We'll go ahead and pick up the Chotel, the 3 smithing stones. Or it could be totally out of stuff. Let's start selling. And, I don't think I want the soap. The soap is like a useless item in Elden Ring, and is a moderately useful item here, where it'll reduce filth and poison buildup. It's like a consumable form of the mosses. It's like a halfway decent version of the moss. It's weird. I'm not sure why they included this item. I'm surprised. I'm amazed and grateful that Curtifer has enhanced this item to be even half of what it says it does, but there's almost nothing going for it. Oh, Lord. Okay, now that's over with. Oh, we have to go back down. Right. I think what I'll do is I'll return back to the rest site and change our build so that we can actually demonstrate, what it's like when you need to change your build for various circumstances. And I would love to be able to access my map, but I cannot do so right now. Come on, big octopus. Show me what you got. Come on. I totally want a gif of this jumping octopus. Good Lord. Well, I guess we'll be changing our build now. I love dying to land octopuses. Amazing content. Okay, but that's enough memeing about. First, let's change our fortune. We'll probably select Wizard. Easier that way. Wizard is kind of similar to Warlock, but Warlock focuses on incantation damage and extra damage when an incantation that inflicts a status has been applied. Wizard cares about spellcasting speed and sorceries, as well as elemental sorceries, such as frost or ice sorceries, magma sorceries, and one other, I think. If I look at our lovely little fortune, crystal, frost, gravity, and magma sorcery. We don't really have those, but I don't like sorcerer that much. We really only have sorceries that do they're either glintstone or they do other stuff. So, if we're going to be using magic, I recommend we have glintstone pebble, period slicer, ambush shard, and then we'll grab oracle bubbles, glintstone stars, glintstone arc, and that's pretty much about it. I'm trying to think if there's any other we might really need. Suppose we'll grab like well, really the thing is that urgent heal won't really be worth it. I suppose we'll be limited to what we can cast with our flasks, huh? Let's go collect our runes, and then I think we'll upgrade our staff a bit more. We're going to be using our sorceries. We're going to need to cut through magic resistance that might be here. Wow, those bubbles are really bad. Really? No, don't do this. Don't do this. So much for upgrading our staff. Wow. Well, it just goes to show that it's not that Elden Ring is difficult, it's that sometimes, no matter how good you are, you can always make dumb, silly play decisions that ultimately result in issues for you if you play, really. Or, I don't know why I'm casting Oracle Bubbles, it's more or less useless. The Great Oracular Bubble is fine, but the actual tonal spell that we have right now, I don't know if I like it. Of course, the crab is also just a bad example of this. I'm watching you, glowing electricity orb. Don't you dare. Don't you do it. I have a lot to live for. I lived through so much. Oh well. I suppose we could just press on, huh? But, if you need to find magic air... Good lord. These guys are just difficult. Alright, we can do this if we want. I don't have to keep my distance. I can get up close and slice you to death. Your choice. I guess our death also allows us to grab some items that we've missed. As well as I can show off, you know, where you can find your silver fireflies or melted mushrooms or all these other useful things. The Siofra River Well has a lot of useful materials in it. If you need to grind up for just about anything, you can do that here. See, I've already passed a... Man, like, running these ad warnings and trying to manually warn people about the ad is very hard to do. I almost feel like I need a frickin' script or something. I don't know. Whoever wrote the guide on, like, running ads is either running a way different streaming environment than I am, or, you know, that advice is more meant for partners than it is for affiliates. Really? Okay, then. Sometimes ambush charges doesn't work. I'm not letting an octopus kill me again. Let's not. Good lord. I'm just no, that is a bad sentence. I'm not gonna say it. No matter how badly I want to meme about it, I won't. And that's the thing that might not make me as popular. as other streamers or content creators is that I resist the meme a lot. Because here's the thing, it might be a meme, but octopus head, what the heck is that? I have not seen the octopus head item before. And that is not an Elden Ring Reforged special. That is a, that is a vanilla item I've never heard of before. Welcome back, Alex. Oh, really? A second one? Oh, that was close. I failed to detect the grab coming up. Yeah, the land octopuses are not a joke either. But if you just, you know, keep your distance, you're more or less fine. It gets rough when you can't keep your distance. And I have some level of empathy for melee builds that often have to deal with these things. Because while most land octopi or octopuses are not generally put in the way of important stuff, there are a few that are, and they're generally big chunkers. They have a lot of health, and often come with friends. They're children, and that can make from a difficult encounter. I really like these spells when you actually have a melee weapon. Oh, the Carrion Slicer? Yeah, the Carrion Slicer is probably one of the best early sorceries you can get in Elden Ring, and it's still a really good one in Elden Ring Reforged. The Carrion Slicer is a generator, which means it generates FP whenever it strikes something on top of your normal FP regeneration. That's Elden Ring Reforged specific stuff. And Carrion Slicer still has its good stagger properties from vanilla. So you have an extremely efficient spell that staggers enemies. It slices through things and acts like a sword. It just doesn't have a flavorful move set or anything like that. Really? A surprise land octopus. Where's the sound effect when you need it? Can you kill the thunder orbs? No, you cannot. Oh god, okay. One enemy at a time, and it's gotta be this firefly first. Or it can mind its own business. If I could kill him, I wouldn't have died twice. And I definitely would take him out at a distance. It really sucks that you can't kill him, but I understand. It's animated thunder. How can you kill that? And it's not like the demons who conjure flaming lava orbs in Dark Souls 3, where like the lava orbs have health. These just generally don't. And it's kind of a sin, really, that you can target them. Don't you dare bite off your arm to heal itself. Yeah, that's something else, too. If you don't pay attention to what you're doing, you're just thinking, aw, these things can cast healing magic, how cute. No, they're literally biting off their own arm to heal themselves. Which is actually really cool. I don't know if people know this, but octopuses of any stripe will actually tear off their own limbs to get away from a predator, if that would help them. They can regenerate their limbs, so it's not the worst thing in the world for an octopus to lose one. That's really cool. It's really gruesome, but it's really cool that they would rather survive so much that they're willing to lose their own limbs in exchange. Humans do this too, but we can't come back if we can't regenerate our limbs. I think that's sort of why same for some reptiles, as far as you know. The tails, yeah, like tails or tongues, they'll lose them to regenerate. I would lose my own limbs too if I knew they would come back after the end of a few days. But we trade our I suppose we trade that capacity for our brains. That's where a lot of human development runs off toward, is brain space or interesting isoenzymes. Like I'll keep pointing out that drinking milk, especially non-human milk, that is an enzymatic evolution. Humans did not always possess the enzymes to digest milk. We had to evolve with that. Any person who tells you that humans don't evolve does not understand what evolution means, which I can't blame them. Evolution's been pseudo-jargoned to death. Oh no, I didn't want two of them. Not good. Where's the lightning orb? I need to know where it is. Yeah, those things are like instant death. Brain. Literally the most powerful computer in the world. An amazing thing to study. But it stops working when you're in an exam or fall in love. Actually, your brain's working perfectly during that time. And it's just that your brain has complex chemical inputs in it. Your brain has something called the limbic system, which dogs also have this, where it's the part of your brain that's responsible for processing your emotions. Some people have more developed limbic systems than others, but all portions of your brain pretty much look the same. The limbic system is different neurochemical connections compared to the rest of your brain. And it's very complicated. I think I'd have to pull up an image of the limbic system to explain what it is. Let me do that, actually, while I'm thinking of it. And hopefully I don't get killed while doing this. It's probably a really bad idea. Okay, so I know it's Wikipedia. It's not the most trustworthy thing. But I'd rather show this off because it does mean that we're having a discussion about it. The limbic system, also known as the paleo-mammalian cortex, is a set of brain structures located on both sides of the thalamus, immediately beneath the medial temporal lobe of the cerebellum, primarily in the forebrain. That's the front part. That's where your cognitive function is in the front. All your motor functions in the back of your brain. It supports a variety of functions, including emotion, behavior, long-term memory, and olfaction. Olfaction is smell. Emotional life is largely housed in the limbic system, and it critically aids in the formation of memories. No limbic system, no emotions to associate your memories with. Makes some sense. And it comprises a number of lobes, subcortical structures, and diencephalic structures. I won't bombard your brains by reading through all of this, but pretty much, let me see, I kind of have to read this as well. It's associated with the endocrine and autonomic nervous systems. So, in layman's terms, this means that part of your limbic system, which was the neurochemical connections I was talking about, respond to your hormones. Your hormones determine what sorts of responses your your brain is going to come up with. It reads those. But on top of that, it's also relying on your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system to form some more of its inputs. That's what your autonomic nervous system is. Is it controls. It's not your muscles or your nerves. It's what's wired to your organs. All your organs have nerves, and those nerves give you a very limited amount of proprioception with them. Proprioception is fancy for if I touch my nose with my finger while my eye is closed, I know that I'm using my index finger of my right hand to touch my nose. It's a sense of perception without necessarily sight being involved. Similar to tremor sensing something, or people who are blind or mute having heightened senses as compensation. But strictly proprioception is a sensation of feeling as it regards to your nerves. I do have to check this message really quick, make sure it's nothing important. Give me just a second. What the heck happened here? One second, guys. Let me go ahead and do this really quick. Sorry about that. Am back. I had to type something real quick. I'm quite sure you heard that. But yeah, your limbic system handles all your emotions, and it's not like there are regions for happy or sad or anything like that. Again, it's relying on your hormones. A certain influx of hormones corresponds to specific emotions. Like if you have a ton of dopamine, you're relaxed, content, or happy. Like people who are happy have a heightened amount of that floating around in their brains. So you can quite literally, without presenting any sort of stimuli at all, apart from inducing a hormone, you can induce someone's limbic system to a specific response. This is used for both positive and negative effects. If you drug someone with something that you know specifically gives them cortisol, that's responsible for your stress responses, you can stress someone to the point of passing out. Doctors will also give you various hormones in order to try to control hormonal imbalances. It's really quite a fascinating subject. And the limbic system is probably one of the most misunderstood, poorly understood things ever. I'm glad that I paid attention in anatomy and physiology courses to know that. Because without that, I'd be wondering, how do emotions work? Oh god. No more lightning orbs, please. I will give anything not to be hit by one of those again. And I don't have any healing spells, so I've got to rely on my flasks for that. That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead. I have to be careful before I look away for any reason. I mentioned earlier that the ancestral spirits can teleport anywhere, or can be anywhere and ambush you. Let me check on a message here real quick. Okay. Nothing yet. That's good. Um, Trying to figure out what to say next. Like I said, COVID brain fog ain't a joke. Or like I have been saying it ain't a joke. I think a lot of fields are fascinating when you know how to present them. I agree. I agree. I'm a creature who loves to learn. I love reading about topics that aren't even anything related to what I'm doing. When I was a kid growing up, I read a lot of calculus books. Now, did I understand everything in the calculus book? No, of course not. But what I did understand as a young child is that calculus represents the math that constantly calculates changing conditions. And I knew that when I cracked open the book and it explained that to me. I think that's the main problem in schools. Lots of teachers don't know how to make their topic interesting. Well, yes, that's the symptom, right? Is that a lot of teachers don't know how to make it interesting. And when you're talking about school teachers, I guess that really is a problem. When you're on a college campus for any reason, you learn that people can teach without having a teaching degree, without a degree in education, in other words, because that's offered as like a post-op position, or like at my university, in the biology department, students that are on their way to their doctorate, like they've got a year to go before it finishes, can actually teach one of the earlier courses. Like someone who is finishing their 4000s can teach students for an instructor that for a intro course, like Intro to Biology 1 or 2, which is cool, I guess, but you definitely you don't always get a student or a student who's wrapping up that understands what it means to teach. You either get ones that are too easy on students and don't bother to really coordinate with the instructor. And it's mainly for the labs that this is the case. The lectures have dedicated instructors, but the labs definitely allow for a student to teach, as long as they fulfill certain requirements, like having a year or so left on their doctorate before they get one. You don't always get people who are. You don't always get people who are interested in teaching. They see it as a stepping stone instead. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And a lot of people just want to be in and out. And not really bother to make the course interesting. Will I get one? I already have had one. Will I get a doctorate? Sorry, I guess that question's a tad vague. If you're talking about, will I get one of these students who try to teach? Yeah, I've already been there. In my 1108 course, that's Intro to Biology 2, I had a lab instructor who was getting their PhD. If you're talking about will I get a doctorate degree myself? Yes, that is the plan. I have to have one. In order to work to be able to work on the type of research that I want to do, I need to be able to deal with patients. Like patients set up for clinical trials and stuff. And that means I don't just need any doctorate. I can work at the CDC or someplace as a general researcher with the degree I have, but I need to get an MD to do what I really want to do. To work on biodefense and actually test things, I need an MD. So I'm going to be in college for probably my entire life. Whether or not I'm in the state that I am now, instead of like studying for an MCAT or something, that's going to depend on what life throws my way. But yeah, at least one doctorate. The MD is technically a doctorate, so make that 2. And if I want to run my own firm, I need at least a master's to do that. Yeah, I've planned this out pretty thoroughly. Because once I realized that as a farm tech, there's a high degree of turnover in that field, and given how stress inducing being a farm tech is, I wanted something else. And I realized that most people that want to do well for themselves have these degrees in education, or have these 2 or 3 degree plans and make a whole bunch of money, or else really love what they do. And it takes a long time to do that. Oh, in Romania, I don't know if a doctorate helps you with something else other than being a university teacher. Maybe wrong. It all depends. If you're talking about academic fields or places where the theoretical is being researched, you need a degree. That may be different in Romania or other places where standards may be different, but from a general perspective, if you're going into research of any kind, you have to prove that you understand the theoretical, and you know that what you're doing is applying empirical research for funding and stuff. You have to show you can predict what it is you want funding for, basically. If it's something that only requires a trade skill, no, a degree isn't necessarily helpful. You don't need a doctorate for engineering if what you're wanting to do is run a construction company. The degree can be helpful in other ways, like if you had a degree in engineering and you had a construction firm, your degree might tell you, oh, this might be possible given what we have. Let's go ahead and take that job. Or, are you joking? My small construction firm can't take on a project that size. I would need to hire help. Or maybe what the client is asking is not possible. Let's offer something else instead. You know, it's useful tangentially. Like, laterally speaking, it's useful. Where, like, the degree itself doesn't help you run the business, but it can help you make smart business decisions. But do you need it? No. Complete difference. Romania in particular, though, I'm sure it has to be like any place else. There have to be people in academic work or at various universities testing things. That's just human. But I don't know what the state of research is like in Romania. You probably have some idea about that. Like, I don't know. I'd have to do more reading. But I don't know what sorts of discoveries Romania has contributed toward in, say, the last 5 years. I mainly focus on places like Israel, where the medical research is cutting edge, or where the biology research is cutting edge. But that doesn't mean that everyone can't contribute something toward that. I'd actually be curious to know what sorts of things Romanian scientists are working on. Because it's good not to be in your own bubble, for a start. And it'll help cloud and clear up any misconceptions or things that I've said that are obviously in error. I think we've lit up 4 monoliths so far? 4 or 5? That sounds right. What we're gonna do is go back and quickly go over our own spoils. We need to do this so that, you know, we can make some necessary upgrades. Let me check this message real quick. Okay. All I had to do is correspond with someone real quick. To be honest, me neither. Usually all the good scientists and doctors go to another country where they're respected and paid well. Yeah, we've talked about this before, where we've mentioned that STEM fields have a very hard time in Romania, and I'm really not surprised to hear that again. Uh, I would just like for the world to have some semblance of competence, no matter what country we're talking about. Whether it's the US, Romania, um, Lithuania, Russia, wherever. I just named a bunch of countries arbitrarily in the list. Um, what I want is for people to be respected and paid well, and for people to do what's best for others, and not for themselves. A lot of government can be. I think I mentioned before how government is a business. Well, businesses can be incredibly self-serving entities. Incredibly self-serving entities. And what I mean by that is it's easy to say, well, the government has to feed its own, it has to care for its citizens, blah blah blah. Yes, it does. It has to balance that with everything else, but yes, it does. You're right. But it's the smaller things. It's the things that seem to go unnoticed because basic needs are being met. Like, a country might decide whether research on food crops or research on combustibles is more important. Or, to put it in a more modern context and not just arbitrarily making things up, a country might decide that research on weapons technology is way more important than research on biofuels. Because the weapons research will make them money and it will protect themselves so they can continue to make that research. It's cyclical, it feeds itself. And the government very much would prefer to make sure it's above board everywhere before it tends to individual citizen requests or for things that it's supposed to be doing. In some European country, Switzerland I think, there's a Romanian doctor who appeared on the news. He developed some evolutionary tech. Let's see if we can find this person real quick. Let's see if my Google foo is good. I'm searching Romanian scientist in Switzerland, and probably getting a whole bunch of answers. Yeah, I'm getting research papers on Romanian scientists, including ones where they're talking about governmental power grabs more than anything else. I'll find the specific case you're talking about, and it'll probably be marketed as a Swiss discovery rather than a Romanian discovery, because at that point, there'd be a Romanian doctor. Well, I'm sort of commenting on things I don't know, aren't I? I'm trying my best not to do that. Let me try to say it this way. Still commenting on things I don't know about, but maybe being a tad more tactful with it. The doctor is Romanian, so the discovery should be theirs, but they're working under the auspices of the Swiss government, and so the Swiss might say, yeah, you worked on this with us, and we'll make sure you have credit, but you developed that here, not in Romania. You see what I'm saying? I have to be very careful about how I phrase that. Some people might take it to say, oh, the Swiss are stealing from the Romanians or something like that. Not what I'm trying to say. Just that giving credit where credit is due and trying to accurately explain the situation in a non-offensive way it can be very difficult. My parents often are flabbergasted at just how much care I take to avoid saying something that would offend someone or hurt or not hurt their feelings or make it very clear what I'm talking about. But what I explain to them is that the world is a very dangerous, turbulent place. And if you deal with a lot of vertical relationships, parents included, by the way, you learn to be very careful with the things you say. And this goes back to, I've observed people. And one of my gifts, and I'm happy to call this a gift, is that I'm capable of walking among multiple social circles, which is why I have so many things to say about things I've not experienced. Like a conversation about love and whether you really know someone you love or not. Because I'm capable of making that walk among multiple social circles and asking the right questions in a way that is innocuous or not offensive. I have very finessable social skills. At least I like to think so. Not trying to turn this into an about me segment, just that everyone wonders why I'm so opinionated on so many things, and it's easy to say, well, aren't all humans opinionated? There are only a couple I can count that are as opinionated as me, or who have as many things to say about social situations as I do. Not trying to boast, just everyone has different experiences. But I like to think that some of my perceptions are forged because people have been open and honest with me. And because of that, I take their experience and I internalize it for myself. I understand it. I try to make sense of it. I try to look at the logic and reasons behind it. And then I try to look at the emotions behind it. It's not psychoanalysis, because I'm not practicing the psychoanalytical techniques, but I do try to really understand what makes people tick, which is why I'm so careful when it comes to saying things, when it comes to phrasing things to people. Even if what I say is the truth, or I know I'm telling the truth, there are two constants in this world. There's truth and there's perception. The truth is the truth. Just because everyone wants to believe gravity isn't real doesn't make it any less so. But the perception of gravity is that it's either this amazing force that describes all manner of interactions on our planet, or it's this oppressive thing. The perception can color the truth, but it doesn't change the truth. And I like to think I have a good understanding of that. Because people are way more likely to act on their perceptions and the colors of the truth than they are to act on the real truth itself. It's quite a fascinating phenomena. People are driven by their perceptions and the truth, but more so by their perceptions than the truth. It's rare to find a human. I should say it's rare, it's uncommon to find a human who truly focuses on the truth more than their perceptions. They have to be less emotionally driven creatures. Or something like that. Let's go ahead and upgrade this. We can upgrade this to a +7. Unfortunately, we are stuck with a finger seal +4. How awful. Oh well. Let's see. Do you have anything to say, Fia?
I am pleased to see. Would you like now?
Yes, you can hold me.
Come.
I don't simp for Fia. I respect Fia. I promise. All I want is a good hug, and maybe for her to tell me about sweet Roger or some other NPC that she's observed or interacts with.
Then good day to you.
But you're not talking to me yet. But that I know why that is. Fia's dialogue triggers when you talk to Roger and when he moves to Round Table Hold. We have not done this yet, so it's not going to happen. Not sad, but not unexpected. Sad, but not unexpected. Now let's use this Baldachin blessing before it kills us. Not that it kills you, but 5% health is a lot to lose at this point in the game. Really, it is. I also want to turn all of our runes into hard runes. I'll explain what that means in just a minute. In Dark Souls, or in general FromSoft terminology, there are two different kinds of resources: liquid resources and hard resources. Liquid resources are when you collect runes and they're actually currency you can spend. Or in Dark Souls, when you have souls in inventory, not in inventory, but you have souls in your currency, or blood echoes in your currency display. Hard currency or non-liquid currency is when the item is a poppable version of the currency. So like people would call these poppable runes or poppable blood echoes or what have you. Um, and when you pop them, they become liquid inventory. Or they become liquid currency, liquid assets again, and not hard assets. Just so you know, Ubisoft Plus is free for 29 days. What does that contain? I know that's a membership service, but generally I don't like. I have not been the largest fan of Ubisoft services, so I'm curious to see what it contains. So it's similar to Xbox Game Pass. Okay. It's an equivalent service. Age, sure, I'm 30. All I want to do is look at your page. I don't want to do anything else. Oh, you get some great stuff on Game Passes. That's good to know. I own a lot of it on Steam, though. I'm not trying to keep the internet open. For example, and I suppose I can show this off while I'm here, some things you guys can look forward to in your future are I've purchased the entirety of the Assassin's Creed series, except for one, which is hilariously buggy on Steam, and Valhalla. I don't think that's out yet. Or if it is, it's Game Pass exclusive. Some other things I've purchased. I made sure I polished up and obtained all of the Legend of Heroes series from Nihon Falcon. That's the... I hope I'm getting that right. It's the game publisher that does this series as well as Ys. Ys and a number. Or I made sure I polished up all of the modern Tomb Raider all the modern Tomb Raider games, as well as get the Anniversary and Legend collections. And I'll have a tough time deciding which of those are stream ready and which of those are gonna be YouTube exclusive. Assassin's Creed is probably safe on stream. It just depends on how big the game is. Tomb Raider, it's gonna depend. Or for Legend of Heroes, it might kind of depend. Because Legend of Heroes can be an incredibly grindy series. Putting your nose to the grindstone, collecting resources just to have progression. That might be a YouTube exclusive. With YouTube, you can do a lot more longer projects on it. So, like, technically, if I were following that advice, Elden Ring Reforged should be a YouTube exclusive, right? Because it's way too long for a normal RPG. However, Elden Ring Reforged has a lot of action in it. So I think it's fine. Like, FromSoft titles are generally fine stream staples. Assassin's Creed, even though it's an RPG, it has a ton of action in it. Whereas something like Legend of Heroes is like, it's turn-based. It doesn't generally have a whole bunch of high-octane moments in it. Or it depends on the plot. I don't know. RPGs are weird for streaming. They really are. Okay, I got it. Jesus. Lord have mercy. Oh well. It happens. I'm gonna love doing challenge runs of this. I'm gonna love doing challenge runs in this game, where like literally anything could kill you. Yeah, that is another plan I have in the works. Is when I finish Elden Ring and like I do the 100% playthrough, I have thought about making Elden Ring like the main game of the channel, and we do variety stuff on other days, like Blasphemous or the other projects we've talked about. Because one of the things that I've done that I know is kind of like a root of the channel is I did have a long history or long period of doing challenge runs on the channel. It's just that challenge runs drive you insane if you don't break it up with something else. So I've given it some thought. I'm just not sure I want it to be a FromSoft title again, but FromSoft titles are what I know. They are my most polished skill set I've had in a while. Not even Soul Calibur or Smash Brothers has this polished of a skill set. Although I'm discovering in my increasingly older age that my skill set is diminishing in some areas. And I have to replace my controllers. All of them. One's for my Switch, the one's for my the Xbox controllers I have, all of it. The whole works. I have to replace them all. I'll probably be taking a good chunk of money I have lying around, and I'll do that eventually. Maybe after Monday I'll get a nice good start on that. Because I've had these controllers for a while. I wouldn't call them broken. I suppose in the strictest sense of the word they are. But like sometimes my A or B buttons will stick. Sometimes on my Switch Joy-Cons, I definitely know that like the sticks will depress and I'm stuck going up. I'm stuck with it in the up or down position for a while. But they're still functional, and they aren't always like that. So they're not 100% broken, but I do think they're overdue for a replacement. And I just need to actually make the arrangements to get them replaced. You invested in an Xbox Series X controller, and am very happy with it? I'm glad to hear that. I'll have to make sure that what I have is PC compatible. That's primarily what I use Xbox controllers for. I think the last time I cracked open anything on my console, like my Xbox console, was... I'm going on 2 or 3 years now. It's been a while. I've been working very hard to have PC setups and stuff ready, so maybe that's part of it. Is that because I tried so hard to get the PC stuff ready, I sort of lost some level of interest with my console stuff, but I love my Switch at the same time. I don't know. It's a weird phenomena. I've a weird personal phenomena that I'm not sure has an easy solution. You found it at a nice price on a specific site? That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's hard to get good electronics on a bargain. It really is. And the ones that you get on a bargain, oftentimes, they're selling you something that's already damaged. Like, people, if you're gonna sell your controllers, just make sure you tell people they're used. You know, be an honest person about it. Because I've heard some controller sales gone wrong real fast. I've had friends who've returned controllers because they were sold something and not told if it was used. Either because it didn't come up in conversation, or, you know, they asked and that person gave them a runaround. So I'm very glad you managed to get a good bargain for your controller. I am. Up here, I think, is a spell. If my memory serves me correct. We're gonna find out. Square off. Oh, it's a weapon art. That's right. So, for those who just watched that happen, you might be asking yourselves, well, isn't that combat? Why didn't you expend stamina? Why did you constantly regenerate resources? Or why are you constantly regenerating resources? As it turns out, only everything in Elden Ring is based on animations. You've probably have heard the expression, "Oh man, this thing tracks roll reads. This thing's reading my item inputs. This thing's reading my inventory inputs." No, it's not doing that. You can thank Zuli the Witch. That's a increasingly more famous data miner who data mines all the FromSoft games, and she determined that in Elden Ring specifically, what is being tracked is the animations themselves. So, like, let's say you're walking around or you're strafing around an NPC or a boss, and you roll. They're not reading the button input. They're reading the roll animation when the frames. I'm sorry. Where the starting frames of the animation are, and where the ending frames of the animation are. And when it starts, it triggers this behavior or that behavior. Same thing with an item read. It's not that they're reading the input to drink a flask. It's that they're reading the flask drinking animation, and very specific behaviors are being triggered because of it. And there are a few other things in the game. Spellcasts, same thing. It's not that they're reading the button input for casting a spell. It's that they're reading the spell animation itself. And a lot of NPCs will dodge when that animation is detected. It's cool, but it's also insidious at the same time. It's basically a light form of button reading, because the animations are very fluid. They have very polished start and end times, and the animation starts as soon as the button is pressed, and animations and button presses are often queued together in FromSoft titles, where it's like, I'll roll, and then I'll drink a flask. If I need to cancel the flask drinking, too bad. You needed to not have pressed the item input when you were rolling. It's queued up. I have to explain this sometimes to my own sibling, who also plays this game, plays the console version, and I explain, well, they're reading specific things, and you have to queue these things up in a system, kind of. So you need to pay attention and not just mash buttons all the time. Button mashing will get you killed in FromSoft titles. If you want a higher end controller, you can buy an Elite one. Xbox Series or Elite Series X. Let me take a quick crack at that. Let's see. Let's see. Series X. Okay, so Xbox Elite Series X. They should probably type in controller. Okay. What the heck is that? Is it... These things have weird pads. Those are very weird D-pads. They aren't even D-pads. They're... Oh, I know what it is. They're omnidirectional pads. They're cool looking, but they're weird. $154 for a controller, though? Really? They are pretty expensive. I guess they're worth it, but you don't know what to say? Me either. Yes, but you can customize them. That's cool. I hope the customization price is baked in, and it's not like, well, You could get these customizations for $154.99. Oh, but if you want to actually customize it with your own stuff, please pay an extra $25.99. US dollars, in case the currency wasn't specific. I'm being sarcastic, by the way. I'm being facetious. I'm hoping it's baked in. That is awfully expensive. I draw a limit at like 60 for a controller. I definitely... They send you extra... so they send you spares. Okay, that makes some sense. But if they're gonna do that, surely extra buttons and joysticks can't be... Like, the customization has to take up the rest of the cost. That seems very weird. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with normal $60 controllers. But I'll definitely take a look at them. They look cool. And if the customization is put your own pattern on it, then, you know, I guess you get what you pay for, right? So we've made it to the second half of the Siofra Riverwell, which is exactly what I thought would happen. I'm not sure we're going to get to finish it today, because it's not just, oh, make it up here and we're gold. Although I might make it up there so I could show you where it leads out. It's also, we have to explore the stuff across the bridge here. Spares, but they're different. Like for the omnidirectional pad, you can take it out and put the normal one in. Interchangeable spares. And for the joysticks, you can switch them out for shorter or smaller ones. Okay, so it's kind of like whenever you buy earphones or like a headset or something. Specifically, earbuds are what I'm thinking of. Where it's like most modern earbud packages today have, you get the earbud and you get 3 sets of covers for them, the rubber things on the end. And they come in small, medium, and large sizes for various ears. Like the earbuds are a universal cell, but they make sure to accommodate various ear sizes. Okay, that makes some sense. I suppose. That still seems... Maybe it's just because I'm a student, and you know, while I do take loans out to make sure I can eat and not have to think twice about it, that's still a lot. It also comes with a backpack where you can charge it. Okay, I'm starting to see why it's that expensive now. That's still hefty, though. I'm not sure I'd purchase that. Maybe I'd purchase it as like a Christmas gift to myself? It's weird. And I'm sure you can find bargains for that, because you told me you bargained for yours. Or found a good deal for yours. Well, yeah. Hopefully there are deals out there. Because that is a steep price for a controller. Even with all of that, that still seems steep, in my opinion. Oh, that could have been nasty. You gotta be careful where you're running around here. If you don't pay attention, you'll run off the cliff. That's happened to me before in here. It's like I'm fighting these things that are constantly chasing after me. And they chase me to a cliff and I just roll off of it. Like a complete doofus. Hate that. Could be worse. Could be worse, though. Let's see. Well, your controller, when you bought it, was maybe $250. There's a discount, or at other sites it was a little bit extra. Yeah, it was $154, I think, according to the... Actually, let me make sure I'm not telling tall tales here. So on where I was just at, on the Google search, going back to the result, if I go to the website for Microsoft itself, yeah, it's $154.99. So all the pictures I was seeing about it, no, excuse me. All the pictures I was seeing about this Xbox Elite Wireless Controller Series 2, it is the real price. Okay, okay. That's cool. Oh, and there's some really wacky designs on here. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. That's cool. An Elite one is like 600, so I thought, oh yeah. If Elite were 600, no way, Jose. See you when you're I don't know. Well, that's in Romanian currency, but that's like at least 250, 300 US bucks. Maybe a little more than that. Maybe a little less than that. I'm doing very quick math in my head. Yeah, I wouldn't buy that. Not even on a lark or dare. I just wouldn't. 150 for all that seems steep, but I'm sure it's a decent package. I'll have to think about it. But I'd be buying not one, but two. It's just $309 and like 98 cents, just without tax, without U.S. Taxes. It would at least be that much. I'm not sure I'd buy two of them, and one is a bit steep. But I'm glad the package is there. I'll definitely consider it. I'm glad the Switch Joy-Con replacements aren't that expensive. My god, that would kill me. I mean, all the controller replacements were that much. That would kill me. Okay, let's see. I mean, a Series 1X is a pretty good choice for you. It's the latest one. It has backwards compatibility with Xbox One, and it came with USB-C cables. Oh, yeah. So you can charge them on your phone chargers. That's awesome. I was happy when I found out my Switch Pro controllers had the USB-C ports on them, so I could use any of my phone chargers to charge my Switch or my Switch controller. That's fantastic. I was happy like a child when you received it. I can imagine so. USB-C has to be one of the best novel innovations in electric charging tech I've seen in a long time. I hope everything switches over to those ports. You could do so many things if your computer had those kinds of ports on it. I understand why USB is still like normal USB ports are still a thing. They serve different functions, but man, it would be nice if everything had one port shape, just one. Universal tech, I think, it's a good thing. It's an accessibility thing. It's just really good to have, in my opinion. I think I've said that 4 different ways at the same time, all the time. Can people tell I'm a millennial yet? I know I try not to act like one, but sometimes even I fall into that trap. Oh lord. What a feeble spell. Oh, I see. Right, I forgot it does this. I forgot it did that. I need to look that effect up again. Probably one of the reasons that I bought it with money you worked for. Oh yeah, when you buy yourself something that's really good, and you know it's top of the line, and you paid for it yourself, there's no better gratifying feeling than that. That it's yours, you own it. Someone didn't gift it to you, which is a different, equally good feeling all on its own, but it's yours. You own it. Ownership's like it's like a drug. It's a good one. Ownership has a lot of effects on people. What I want to do now is consult the change log. If I type in ERRC and I pull it up and I search for bubble. That's bubble tier. I'm looking for Oracle bubbles. Increase animation speed. Charging increases the number of bubbles and projectile tracking. Bubbles lower enemy damage output for a short duration. Gotcha. Gotcha indeed. I'm going to refresh this page and then close the internet. I'm sure people can tell when it's running. Oh, I can't recharge it as far as I know, but it has AAA batteries. I mean, of course I would buy rechargeable batteries. I think I killed this word. A instead of E, but you mostly have it. But I don't really use the batteries. You play with the controller or the PC with the USB-C. Yeah. Exactly. All my controllers have ports on them, but they're not USB-C. They're like a different kind of port. So if the Xbox controllers have USB-C, like the Elites have USB-Cs, that means you don't even need a specialized charger for it. You can make do with a phone charger with the same port, which is absolutely fantastic. But yeah, probably its own special dedicated charger would be better. And we still haven't really found a way around these nifty little things we call AAA or AA batteries yet. Turns out acid catalyst reactions or acid-base equilibrium reactions are very powerful things. When a battery is in equilibrium, fun fact, when a acid battery reaches equilibrium, or the chemical reaction in your battery reaches equilibrium, where there's no net change of the compounds in your battery moving back and forth, your battery has officially died. That's the science behind it, is that, we use cathodes and anodes in here. Metal batteries or metal components that hold a charge. When there's no no net shift in the charge or concentration of stuff moving back and forth, you have a dead battery. It would be hard to tell without cracking open the battery and quite possibly getting battery acid on yourself. I don't recommend it. I would highly suggest looking at other ways to tell if you've got a chemically inert battery. But it's pretty cool. I've actually I've participated in an experiment where I've built a chemical battery. It was the last experiment in General Chemistry 2. That's one of the things they do, is show you what a battery looks like with cathodes and anodes and stuff. It's really cool. So I could buy a normal Xbox One controller, but interestingly enough, they could be more expensive than an Xbox Series 1, and they have micro USB. Yeah, I forget the name of those ports, so thanks for that. Not the largest fan of micro USBs. They're oddly specific, always require their own charger. It's nuts. For those that are wondering what we're doing, we're continuing to light up monoliths, these things with the braziers inside, and we're just about ready to return back and defeat the boss located here. However, this particular section is rough. So you guys notice the cliffs, right? Like these tiered steps, let's call them. Well, on them contain the ancestor spirits, and the ancestor spirits with bows that natively use one are keen archers. They're very good, and their arrows hurt because they're magic arrows, and so they don't check against. They don't check the physical damage when they hit you. They check your magic damage negation, which, granted, my magic damage negation is high right now. Although, yeah, our physical damage negation is supposed to be much, much higher because we're wearing, we're wearing knight armor. It's supposed to be sturdy, but it's not. We're like paper tiger in plate form. You just realized that the main reason why I bought an Xbox Series X controller and not an Xbox One controller is I can connect it to my phone to play a game which has controller support. How amazing is that? I know, right? We were just talking about that. I mentioned how, with a USB-C, while dedicated chargers are nice, you can literally use the same ports for everything. That's awesome tech. That is amazing. Thank you for pointing that out. But that was along the same vein of conversation, which was not tea drinking, but was in fact, I wish technology had universal ports on it. Like, I think having standard conventions for technology where you can would be incredibly beneficial. You use it through Bluetooth? That's nice. That's good. I'm glad you do. I'm not the largest fan of Bluetooth. Well, I suppose that's not true. Like, I use it, like, when I'm driving on campus and stuff. Because even though I carpool, the way I carpool is I have my permit and I use that for practice. So I do drive to school, and from school, technically speaking. So I do operate my phone through Bluetooth. But if I could, I don't know, I'd be just as happy operating my cellular devices and other stuff in my truck, or not in my truck, in the truck I carpool in. Excuse me. I'd be just as happy using other means instead of Bluetooth. It's wireless technology. It's fine. But I find it's prone to signal disruption, and it fizzles out in rain pretty bad. If the atmospheric pressure is high enough, it's not without its flaws, but it's better than nothing, and, it's much better than actually manhandling your phone while you're driving. By the way, please take that as a PSA to not touch your phone while you're driving. First, it's against the law. In countries that have that as a law. And two, did you know you're 36 times more likely to be in an accident or a major car wreck if you're texting and driving? Don't do it, kids. Don't do it either, adults. I'm serious about that. What car do you drive, if you don't mind the question? It's a Ford F-150, and it's not mine. I wish it was, but it's not. It's not mine. But that is the car that I drive that I also carpool in, is a Ford F-150. It's a pretty big truck. I don't mind driving it, but I don't like driving it. The model of car or truck I want to drive is would have been a Ford Ranger. It's a small truck. The model I'm talking about is slightly bigger than a Toyota E10 or a Toyota S10, which is the smallest truck. Yeah, automatic transmission. My dad's the only one in the house that can drive a stick shift. I cannot. I was never taught. Manual transmission is dying out these days, at least in the U.S. So it's not a useful skill to pick up. Maybe that'll bite me in the butt though, and it'll bite most of the U.S. in the butt if there's ever a EMP blast directed at us, where the automatic transmission might cut off, or what have you. I'm really not that knowledgeable about cars. Who knows? Maybe there's safeguards. I work with cells, and I study them. I don't work with people so much. In Romania, we usually have manual transmission. Yeah, I could believe that. I mean, it's not that manual transmission is bad, it just asks a lot of the driver. It really does. I imagine it's no different than remembering that your emergency brake is engaged, or remembering to engage it in the first place. But it would seem alien if I were to try to drive with it now. I'd probably cause a number of accidents trying to do that. It is a pain. So it's one of those, well, it's what we have. Might as well work with it. You have one extra pedal? Yeah. And are your cars right-handed or left-handed? So, like, in American cars, the driver's on the left side, but all the controls are on the right. So, like, my transmission lever that's automatic is on the right. Or like I control whether it's parked or whether I'm reversing or not. That's on the right. My console for the radio is on the right. The only things that are on the left are a lever or a switch to control which mirror I'm adjusting, and like certain other controls on the wheel. But most of everything else is on the right-hand side of the driver. I know that cars in Europe are sometimes right-handed or sometimes left-handed instead of right-handed, where like your driver's side's on the right, but all of your transmission stuff is on your left-hand side. It's on the left and other things are on the right? Gotcha. Okay, that does make sense. It's really weird. I would be curious, I'll have to do a little bit of digging, but I am curious about where that trend started. Because it seems like it would be much easier if the world had a singular convention for driving cars, rather than, well, is it left-handed or right-handed? That seems like a massive pain. In here is nothing much of consequence. It really is just you get a free rune arc. I'll cover what rune arcs do when we get a great rune that is activated. I think that's the case only in the United Kingdom, where they drive on the left side of the road. What on earth? Okay. So you drive on the right-hand side of the road in Romania? No, I'm legit curious. Did I get the item on the ramp here? I want to say I did, but I'm not 100% sure. Some of the archways or architecture have ramps you can actually travel on. And you're totally capable of getting items from them. Yes. Okay, so you do drive on the right side. I hope I'm remembering what the yes is in response to. I know we can fix this. This is dangerous, by the way. Isn't that the case in America, too? Yeah, we drive on the right-hand side of the road. So all of our conventions for turns are based on the right. So four-way stops, you yield to the person on the right first. Yeah, the person to your right in a four-way stop has the right-of-way first. When people are stopped at the same time. Typically, your Your right-hand turns are protected. It's the only turn you can make unprotected. Unless there are signs that say, no, you can't make an unprotected turn on red. So, like, there's a no turn right on red sign. That's about the only time you can't turn right. Most people are better trained on right-hand signals rather than left-hand signals. There are more accidents involved where a left-hand turn is being made than a right-hand turn, for example. And I always get that confused. Maybe it's that nice. Maybe it's that, the English give me a very filtered taste of what Europe is sometimes, and I do try my best to remember that that British driving conventions are definitely not European driving conventions, but I think when that mistaken rationale came about, Europe or England was still part of the EU at that time. So you just kind of think, oh, well, that's an EU convention. No, it's not. And based on what you're telling me now, that seems to have fully dispelled that nice little functional faux pas. The more you know. Do-do-do. No, it's do-do-do-do. Yeah. I'm terrible. I'm great. Wow. I cannot talk today. I'm terrible. To be honest, I don't know if I could drive a manual car using my left hand to shift the gears. Yeah, as far as I know, in American cars, the manual brake pedal is on for manual transmission is on the left, but the gear shift itself is on the right. But you drive with your right foot, not your left foot or any other foot. Humans only have 2 feet. What am I saying? Wow, I'm making all kinds of gaffes today. And we're not even, we're about to run out of stream time. Let's try to make this push so that you guys can see the region at the top. And right there is a pretty good demonstration of why you don't run up the hills in this area. What I got hit by was a dwelling arrow. Had someone else been co-oping with me, they would have gotten hit as well. They're very deadly archers. And I'm also just generally bad at running through gauntlets. Especially when I'm required to constantly pan my camera. Yeah, American cars are weird. Now, you know, I never really thought about it growing up, because that's all I knew, were American cars. And, like, I know of other kinds of cars. Good Christ have mercy. Leave me alone. I just want to run through and literally get out of your ancestral lands. How hard is that? Good God. Another hit like that and I'm dead. I'll explain the charm in a hot second. This elevator is locked by the stone sword key. Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, please. Just let me get out. Okay. When you have an extra pedal, your left foot's pretty important. Actually, the problem isn't the gear stick when you're learning to drive the manual. The problem is that darn extra pedal. I could believe that. Do you need a different driver's license in your state to drive the manual? No. I don't know if I could answer for other states. Let me do a quick Google so I don't tell a fib. Different license required for a manual transmission in the US. That's a bad search term. Okay. So with US driver's licenses, the permissions are based on type and weight, not by transmission. So if I pass my driver's license test and I get a regular C class license, that's what that would be. Um, I can legally drive any vehicle that is 26,000 pounds or less, which that sounds big, but really it's 1.6 tons. That's not a lot. Basically, it's a car or truck. You can't drive a commercial vehicle with that. The license does not care about the transmission. For that, you probably are better off. Um, First, I think you have to take the test using that kind of transmission. Um, but then on top of that, it's not so much that you legally can't drive, but it's a different set of skills. Like you were talking about that darn extra pedal, to use your exact words. You don't if we don't have to worry about that with automatic transmission, and someone tries to take a test in a car they're not trained in, they're not gonna pass. Yeah, exactly. Um, I think it would be worth having a different license for that sort of thing. But generally speaking, in the United States, we're like manual transmission is being phased out. Just like all vehicles past a certain manufacture date have to have a backup camera in there now. So it's not before, and I still have to do this on my driving test, where they tell you, hey, you need to keep your one hand on the wheel like this, and you need to look behind you while you're also managing the clutch, like the transmission and the pedal, all at once. I still have to do that, even though the technology pretty much covers most of that for you, like the automatic backup camera. That it like vehicles are required by law to have it, but you still have to drive. You still have to test as though you don't have it. I understand that. Makes sense. But I suppose this is as good a place as any to kind of end off on. First, the rest site. Second, let's get a view. Entirely different lands. No lush green, no lush green grass, except right there. Sky's all red, and it's a barren, generally barren land. Welcome to Kalen. And by coming here, our map looks a little bit bigger now. Elden Ring scales the map according to where you've been. So it's smaller when you've only been to Limgrave, and it gets progressively bigger as you explore. We've already technically been up here, so it's not as though it's getting that much bigger, but it's getting bigger this way, not that way, which is really cool. You'll learn to drive a manual one, but if I fail the exam again, you'll probably try to pass some automatic. Those are, yeah, those are different vehicles, but you'll have less to worry about with an automatic. You just have to make sure your transmission's set in the right place, so don't try to use your power gears for normal driving. That's M1, M2, M3, so on and so forth. Don't use those, and you should be fine. Most of the driving exams I find mainly focus on technique and your adherence to local law more than anything else. So like if you speed on the exam, that's it. Auto fail. Doesn't matter what other people are doing. It doesn't matter that nobody follows the speed limit. If you overtake it, you fail. If you make a turn or switch lanes without a signal, you fail. All the basic stuff. I don't need to list hundreds of examples, just enough to get the point across. And using a automatic car would certainly make focusing on that stuff much easier. But I only drive automatic, so what do I know? Want to thank you guys so much for an excellent 4 hours and 5 minutes. This is my longer stream compared to usual today. Let's go ahead and switch to the appropriate screen, at least for now. Next time, which will be Wednesday, we'll wrap up anything we might have missed in the Underground, and then begin to tackle Stormvale Castle. Finally, we were overdue for exploring that place. Your family owns a manual one, so even if you pass the exam on the automatic, I would still drive the manual, but don't worry about it, because you already have the technique. Yeah. That's good. That's really good. I'm glad to hear that. It's just that with automatic, the exam would be less stressful. Yeah. Ultimately, do whatever works. Do what's going to work for you. Because while driving is a useful skill, I wouldn't get caught up on which transmission you use to pass the exam. In my opinion, that's extra stress. Yeah, like I was saying before, on Wednesday we'll continue with some more Elden Ring. We're gonna see if we can find someone to host. This should be about the time where some streamers are starting to change out. Maybe we can find one that actually does the content you're looking for. If you guys like the content, today was kind of a all over the place day, but that's what it is most of the time. Feel free to leave me a follow. Lets me know that you like the content, and I can continue minting it out. If you want to get at me directly, Twitter is always the best place for that. Discord's a close second, but usually I only talk on Discords where I can directly DM people, or on servers I'm already aware about. I'm a little bit more guarded with Discords. If you want to get unfettered access, Twitter is probably the best place for that. Links for that are in the About Me section on my Twitch page. If you like the content enough to financially support me for any reason, financial support is never required. Your presences here are more than enough. But if you do want to support me, I have links for that as well in the About Me section. All donations, tips, and etc. go toward the purchase of stream equipment, stream layouts, YouTube layouts, etc. It all goes towards something useful. And that's pretty much about it. Thanks for putting up with the shilling. I kind of have to do it, because if I don't, there's no growth. Yeah, I think for tonight's host, I'm gonna mute this, but I need to see what's going on. Okay, it looks like this is going on. I'm gonna turn you guys over to Couch Jockey. Couch Jockey is a partnered streamer who's been doing a lot of convergence testing. So if you guys like Elden Ring mods in general, you guys are going to love the fact that he's play testing a mod for his own development group. It's called Convergence. It's really cool. I can't wait to see what he, Tiger G92, and some others are going to do with it. But I think that'll be a lot better than turning you guys over to Bob Ross for like the 14th time. That's novel, but it gets old after a while. Okay, thank you guys so much. Thanks for hanging around. Really appreciate it. And with that, I'm CoinStamp180, otherwise known as Swirling Vortex 09 on YouTube, and this has been another Elden Ring Reforged episode, and I look forward to continuing more of this with you guys on Wednesday. And with that, I'll see you guys around. Stay safe out there and take care. Bye bye.